History in Pittsburgh. Today, lifelong dreams come true. Over 500,000 fans are in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, the city known for its grit, steel, and champions. Tonight, that tradition continues. Players started on backyard fields, they played under Friday night lights, they played on sold-out Saturdays. Every step and every hit led to this moment. Some teams are looking for their next star player, and fans are waiting to see who will be the future. Young players are about to hear the words they waited for their whole lives. The draft is under the lights, by the river, with the world watching. It's the 2026 NFL Draft.
Once only waters in motion, until engineers challenged their currents to make them bearers of burdens and movers of men, to lead the way to progress. Each progressive achievement is the work of inspired individuals with the constructive capacity to join the efforts of all for the good of all.
Welcome to UView Television. We are here in downtown Pittsburgh bringing you live draft coverage for the entire first round. I am Matt Palangi, joined alongside Becca Trulich and Jake Bell. And guys, what an opportunity for the city of Pittsburgh.
Oh, I couldn't agree more. I mean, I was walking this morning around 7:38 in the morning just to avoid all that, rush hour, all the people there. It was so cool how everything was set up. I had to take a lot of pictures from the Point to Market Square to obviously Acrisure. I thought it was really well prepared and very well made.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes. Well, everyone was like, I don't think 700,000 people are coming because for the past few days, it hasn't really seemed like everyone's coming. There was a boom this morning. There is people everywhere, and I'm loving to see it. Pittsburgh needs this.
Yeah, especially because this could lead to some big opportunities for Pittsburgh in the future. Bigger concerts, bigger music festivals, bigger sporting events. And I think that that's why this draft is so beneficial to the city.
Yes.
Now we send things over to our reporters who are live at the draft venues. First, Megan Lukic. Megan?
Thanks, guys. I'm at Point State Park for the NFL Draft Experience, an exciting fan event free to the public that includes several immersive attractions, including games for young fans in the Play 60 zone, autograph signings with current and former NFL players, and various photo opportunities, including one with the Vince Lombardi Trophy. Throughout the night, we are going to take you inside the Draft Experience to show you a few of the fun attractions that are available, and soon we will check in with our very own Juliana Brock to hear from both local and out-of-town fans on what they think of the experience so far. And later we will be heading to the draft watch party in Market Square, and we will talk to Steelers fans and get their reactions on Pittsburgh's first round pick. Back to you guys.
We will be tuning in to Megan all evening to see what's going on at Point State Park. Meanwhile, our second on-site reporter, McKenna, is up on the North Shore. Let's take a look.
I'm McKenna Smith reporting live from the North Shore as the NFL Draft is kicking into full gear. The draft stage is probably 200 feet away, and the line is building to get into the draft experience as we are just a few minutes away from the biggest event Pittsburgh has seen in recent memory. The excitement is truly building, and we are going to be here all night giving you live updates from what is happening on the North Shore. Back to you guys at the desk.
We will check back in with them later, but let's get down to the basics, starting with the NFL draft order. The Raiders hold on to the number 1 pick, while the New York Jets follow with the second. The Jets also hold number 16, looking to find 2 splash rookies in the first round. No Kyler Murray, but a new future aimed to be built as the Arizona Cardinals secure the 3rd pick. Tennessee looks to continue to build around last year's number 1 overall pick, Cam Ward, with the 4th overall pick this year.
The Giants hold the 5th overall as well as the 10th overall, in which they acquired via the Cincinnati Bengals in exchange for star defensive lineman Dexter Lawrence in a recent blockbuster deal. The Browns aim for new hope with the 6th and 24th overall pick. Washington holds pick number 7, and the Saints hold the 8th overall pick. As rare as it is, the Kansas City Chiefs hold the 9th and 29th overall pick in hopes of continuing their dynasty. Dolphins hold 11 and 30, while the Dallas Cowboys hold 12 and 20th. The 20th overall pick was acquired from Green Bay in the Micah Parsons deal last offseason.
Rams hold 13, Baltimore holds 14, Tampa Bay selects at the 15 spots. The Lions will pick at 17, followed by the Vikings and then the Panthers. The hosting Pittsburgh Steelers select at 21 spot, while the Chargers will follow, and then the 2024 champion Eagles will select at 23. Chicago is at 25, followed by Josh Allen's Buffalo Bills. The San Francisco 49ers will pick at 27, Houston will draft 28th, and the runner-up New England Patriots, who will be drafting 31st. Finishing out the first round will be the 2026 champions, the Seattle Seahawks.
What's most impressive to me about this, Kansas City Chiefs 2 first-round picks, one being in the top 10. We haven't seen that in a while. Last time they had a lottery pick, Patrick Mahomes.
Exactly.
Yeah, I know. And you kind of look at just what the Chiefs are trying to do, especially with having a bad season like they did last year. I have a feeling that they might be picking higher than we think. I think I'm thinking about maybe a trade-up of some sort. I know they're very aggressive. I think it all depends on what the Jets might do, because if they end up not wanting David Bailey because of that visit, I could see the Chiefs maybe really trying to go after the star edge rusher.
Yes.
Yeah, I completely agree. Also, the Giants with 2 first-round picks, I think that trade benefited them and the Bengals. The Bengals were able to, get a star defender right away, while the Giants are able to get younger.
But how does this all work? The NFL draft can look very daunting from an outside view, but it's not as complicated as it looks. Once you get the hang of the mechanics, it's actually pretty straightforward. So what is the draft? It's a league system for bringing in new talent, mostly college players, and distributing them across the league. The order for all of this is key. The worse a team performed last season, the earlier the pick they get. The Las Vegas Raiders had the worst record, which is why they have the first pick overall, whereas the Seattle Seahawks have the last pick. Teams who make it to the playoffs are slotted based on how far they advanced. The goal is to give struggling teams a better shot at improving. There are 7 rounds total with about 250 picks overall. Each team starts with 7 picks, 1 each round, but they frequently trade picks to other teams for players or high draft picks. Teams can swap picks as the night is going on, so the draft board is constantly shifting in real time. The draft takes place over 3 days, with only the first round being held on Thursday. Each team has 10 minutes in the first round, 7 minutes in the second round, 5 in rounds 3 through 6, and 4 minutes in round 7 to make their picks. When you aren't watching the draft, you aren't seeing the selections, you are just seeing the next season take shape. Every pick matters, and every decision can define a franchise's future. The night is just getting started. We'll be right back.
Wake up and smell the coffee, Pittsburgh.
Wake up and smell the coffee, Pittsburgh.
Wake up and smell the coffee, Pittsburgh.
Wake up and smell the coffee, Pittsburgh. Daybreak starts right now.
Welcome back. We are here and joined by draft specialist Ryan Thiele. Ryan, what are your overall thoughts on this year's draft class?
Yeah, overall, I think this is probably a very heavy skill position type of draft. Years past, we've had heavy O-line, heavy defensive side. This year, it's really heavy, especially I want to highlight the wide receivers. We have at least 4 to 5 receivers in the first round as that top talent in this draft class, something we haven't seen in probably the past 5 to 6 years. So I'm excited to see where these skill positions goes from year past where we're not used to having like a very heavy receiver core.
Well, let's talk about how deep the defensive side of the ball is in this year's draft.
Yeah, so what I want to highlight is Ohio State's defense. We're about to see half of Ohio State's defense taken out in the first 10 picks. When you got Sonny Styles, you got Caleb Downs, you got so many players coming out of Ohio State. We're going to be seeing some of the best talent coming out of a place that's just 2 hours away. So it's exciting to see. And then you also got people like David Bailey, who, yes, he didn't have a great visit with the Jets, but he's still one of the best defensive linemen coming out of this draft.
And what position would you say is the weakest in this year's compared to the past drafts?
Oh, quarterback positions. Right now, I have 2. I think we'll be very lucky if we see 2 quarterbacks taken in the first round. Something we haven't seen since the year that Kenny Pickett was drafted. So this is probably the weakest quarterback class, even though coming in, this was supposed to be the best quarterback class since 2004. So this quarterback class is going to be the worst.
Totally understand that one.
Now the Jules with an inside look into the draft day activities in the Berg. So before we start talking about that package, Austin Carnes, welcome to the table.
Thank you, guys.
Have either of you made it down to the fan experience at all?
I did a little bit, like I mentioned earlier, just to see what was going on. I didn't really get to see maybe like the height of the amount of people there, just to see just how everyone interacts. Just because, I mean, this hasn't been in Pittsburgh since, definitely since we were born. So just a cool thing to, I guess, experience.
Yeah, I made my way down to Point State Park earlier today, and I made the grand mistake of wearing a 3-piece suit down there. But aside from that, it was a great experience, and I had a great time down there. A lot of fun stuff for all the fans.
Yeah, it's so fun. And even if you go over to the north side, right, where AccuSure is, there's a whole kids section over there. It's so fun. They have all the jerseys lined up. You can take your picture with your main team. They have so much over there, and I don't think you can do it all in one day. You have to keep going back and keep going back to be able to experience all of it.
And I'm glad they cater towards every single team, right? I know this is in Pittsburgh. A majority of these guys are Steelers fans, but they're catering towards everybody that's traveling in. I mean, it's such a huge event that you're going to get at least one representative fan from every single team. And I like how everyone's being involved in that.
Oh yeah, couldn't agree more. I mean, it's so cool being able to see like all 32 NFL teams being showcased down there. And I mean, the amount of fans coming in, the amount of different jerseys that people are wearing too throughout the city. I mean, I never thought I would see a fellow Cardinals fan down there. I never thought I'd see other Titans fans down there. There's a lot of different fans.
Now to break things down, Nick Shermito is in the studio to tell us some young talent to look out for. Nick?
This NFL draft looks stacked for the potential of future wide receivers, with several key players expected to go in the first 3 rounds, mostly the first round. Let's highlight some key players that are expected to make big impacts to whoever selects them. So the first player is Ohio State's Carnell Tate. Tate, a projected top 10 pick, is a flexible route runner with exceptional hands, including 0 drops last season, and solid blocking skills as well. He finished last season with 51 receptions, 875 receiving yards, 9 touchdowns, and averaging 17.2 yards receiving. Secondly, we have Makai Lemon from USC. He is a polished, quick receiver with high-end acceleration, technical route running, and high first-round value. Lemon finished last season with 79 receptions, 1,156 receiving yards, 11 touchdowns, and averaged 14.6 yards receiving. Lastly, I want to highlight Jordan Tyson from Arizona State. He's a productive big play threat with strong catch point skills. Tyson finished 2025 with 61 receptions, 711 receiving yards, 8 touchdowns, and averaged 11.7 yards receiving. So some other notable players as well who I feel like deserve to be mentioned in this conversation include Casey Contrapson from Texas A&M, Denzel Boston from Washington, and of course, Omar Cooper Jr. from Indiana. We will see shortly who selects these future stars, but no doubt whoever gets them are getting some of the top-notch talent for years to come.
Checking back in with Ryan Thiele and Matt Palangi. They have some mock drafts to share with us. What are we thinking, guys?
Yeah, so today we're finally be able to talk about some mock drafts. First, we're going to get started with Matt's. Matt, I just want to say, from 1 to 3, we're pretty much the same.
Yeah, I think Fernando Mendoza is a lock at the 1 spot, as you guys see. David Bailey at 2. Those are the 2 locks for me. Although Bailey didn't have the best meeting with the Jets, I still believe that he is going to fill in a huge gap for New York. Francis Mauigoa goes 3 to the Cardinals. In my opinion, I think that team is very desperate for an offensive line. Sure, they might have a mess at the quarterback position with no Kyler Murray, but they're trying to build something new, and I think Mauigoa is a start for them. For me, Jeremiah Love goes to the Titans. Although I don't like when teams draft running backs incredibly high, but I think Jeremiah Love, although Tony Pollard is solid, Tyjae Spears is solid, I think Jeremiah Love fills in a really, really big need to increase their ceiling of their running game with Cam Ward. 5, Arvo Reese, the Giants. The Giants can really, really build off of that defense. Their offense looked better with Jackson Dart. I think adding Arvo Reese will really help the defense, especially after the loss of Dexter Lawrence. Carnell Tate at 6, a guy that declared for the draft kind of late. I think Cleveland is one of those teams that would like to keep a guy in Ohio, such as Carnell Tate from Ohio State. Makai Lemon at 7 from USC to the Commanders. The Commanders are kind of interesting. Terry McLaurin back and forth with them, but I think that Lemon goes to them. At 8, I know the Saints want a wide receiver, but I think Ruben Bain Jr., although he might be having some controversial issues with that driving incident that happened, but I do think him at 8 seems pretty secure to me with how big his ceiling is. Caleb Downs, this is probably the biggest pick of the draft. The Chiefs, a team that struggled last year but have had this dynasty, lost in the big game, won multiple big games in a row. Caleb Downs from Ohio State going to them at 9 is an unbelievable steal. Sticking with Ohio State guys, Sonny Styles at 10. Sonny Styles and Arvo Reese, both from Ohio State, can join forces in New York and build a solidified defensive monster in the linebacker spot. You can have Spencer Fano from the Dolphins. That team's a mess, but they can just add offensive line help to protect from Malik Willis. The Dallas Cowboys, Mansour Delane at 12, one of the worst defenses in football history last season. They should not even touch the offensive spot. They should just be diving in defense immediately. Mansour Delane will go to Dallas. Jordan Tyson at 13 to the Rams. The Rams, really red-hot offense. They obviously made the NFC Championship but fell short. But I do totally believe that is a team that could add some wide receiver help opposite side of Puka Nacua. Now, we have Vega Aoyone. He is going to be a huge need for Baltimore, a team that's kind of struggled with the interior offensive line as of late. I think that is going to be a big add for them. Kenyon Sadiq, although Cade Otton and some of these guys are decent for Tampa Bay, I fully believe that Kenyon Sadiq is just miles better than any other tight end in this year's draft. So I think that he is going to be a steal. Although I don't think he's the best fit for them, I don't think they're going to want to pass up on a guy like that. Omar Cooper Jr. is going to go to New York. We know New York is a team that's in a rough spot as well right now. With David Bailey being solidified on the defensive side, I think you can add a wide receiver with that championship pedigree like he had with Indiana last year. The Lions, a team that also has a high-powered offense, but their offensive line really hurt Jared Goff. He kind of gets happy feet in the pocket when he's under pressure. He's not great under pressure. So adding Monroe Freeling Jr. will really help that team. Dylan Thieneman will go to Minnesota. They need some safety help. Although their defense is good, there's not really another guy that they're going to want to take in the spot. Caden Proctor to help Bryce Young at the 19 spot for Carolina. Dallas Cowboys, I mentioned their defense, abysmal. Added edge rusher Keldrick Folk will fall right into their hands. Denzel Boston, the Pittsburgh Steelers, the host of this year's draft. That team needs an offensive piece. I think Denzel Boston's their best bet. Akeem Mesidor to help the Chargers defense, and Caleb Lemieux to help the Eagles offensive line that didn't have the best year last year. Blake Miller is going to help the Browns obviously they're struggling at the quarterback spot right now, but you're going to need an offensive line to improve, whether you have a young quarterback like Dylan Gabriel or Shedeur Sanders play, or Watson, who knows, hopefully not for their sake. Jermon McCoy, big steal. I have him falling to 25 to the Bears. This would be a blessing in disguise for this team if McCoy falls that low. TJ Parker to the Bills. They could use some defensive help. I think that he is just an absolute standout. I think he's actually one of the more underrated edge rushers in the draft. Max Iananker, the offensive tackle from Arizona State. I think the Niners could just use a little bit of depth there. I'm not sure if he'd start immediately, but I think he would be the best piece. Caden McDonald to the Texans. They don't need defensive help, but they do need some interior defensive depth, and I think Caden McDonald's the best bet. Casey Conception going to the Rams. Just another, again, wide receiver spot. Now you can build your core of Jordan Tyson, Conception, and Puka Nacua. For the Broncos, I have a sleeper here. To the Dolphins, Ty Simpson will go to Miami. They have no idea what to do with quarterback. They have Malik Willis, but I think that we could see either a team trade up for Simpson or he's going to fall to the Dolphins, and they're going to want to solidify someone young just to go alongside and kind of learn from Malik Willis a little bit, or take Malik Willis a starting role. Chase Besantis, the offensive tackle from Texas A&M, going to the Patriots. Drake May was under a lot of pressure, especially in last year's big game. We kind of saw, although they drafted Will Campbell last year, he didn't have his best year. So adding another young tackle that maybe could develop better than Will Campbell did, I think could be very beneficial for the Patriots. And at 32, I think the Seahawks are going to keep this pick. Not only are they going to keep this pick, they lost Kenneth Walker in the offseason. There's a Notre Dame running back that played alongside Jeremiah Love by the name of Jardarian Price. If he falls to them in the 32 spot, they have the perfect guy to pair with Zach Charbonnet, and I think that this will solidify their running back core and help out replacing Kenneth Walker.
All right, so one thing I wanted to, let's just dive in mine. So first of all, I have Fernando Mendoza. That's obviously the number one pick. The Raiders they need a guy. They don't have a guy right now, so with Brady in that system, Brady, I'm not saying he's like the style of Brady, but Mendoza gives off Brady's tendencies. He stays in the pocket, old school type of quarterback. He likes the RPO, the quick action. Now, is he going to start? Probably not, because they got Kirk Cousins in there. Have him sit and learn. What I want to highlight before I dive in deeper is that if you noticed on the 32nd overall pick down in the corner, I have the Steelers trading back in. Now, everyone's probably thinking, Ryan, what do you have to go back, put us in there? One position the Steelers have so much, it's a linebacker core, especially the outside linebacker. So I have us parting ways with Alex Highsmith. Yes, I know that's a very controversial thing to talk about, but back faster than Highsmith can at the moment, might as well package him in with one of our third rounds, one of the fourth rounds. Get back up and get that lineman that we need. Because if you see at the 21st overall pick, I have someone completely different. I have Jordan Tyson out of Arizona State. As Nick had mentioned earlier, he had a great year there. Yes, he has a little bit of problems with his hamstring, but the one thing I want to highlight is his receiver coach. Name as a Super Bowl MVP, Hines Ward. He's a very Hines Ward type of receiver. Physical, speed, just like how Hines Ward used to be coming out of the draft. So I think that's the best bet the Steelers go get a guy who's just like him, because when you got a Pittman and a DK who's more of a deep vertical threat, you need a Hines Ward guy who can play in the middle of the field, be physical, run guys over, or even bring back the blocks that we've been missing from the receiver core. Now, I want to go back to the 14th overall pick, which is the Baltimore Ravens. That's not a name we haven't heard yet. And his name is Connor Lew, center from Auburn. Yes, he's like the 45th overall player in this draft. He's not supposed to be a first rounder, but in my eyes, the Ravens need a center. They just lost their center to the Raiders for a massive contract, probably the highest paid contract by a center of all time. So you got to solidify that. You might as well solidify it early with somebody that's not being known, because he's going to have a chip on his shoulder to prove that he wants to be in this league. Now, let's go over to some of the doubles. Now, I got the Miami Dolphins taking the D-line to start. Yes, they need help in the offense, but you can only do so much on the offense side of the ball. But you got to have defense. We have a guy like Malik Willis who will turn the ball over when he has no option. So you got to have that defensive presence. Then I want to talk about the Cowboys. I have them going back to back with the defense because, like you mentioned earlier,
they need to.
Some of the worst defense I've seen all year. I have them getting an Ohio State guy. I also have them taking a corner because they need a cornerback help very, very much. Now, there's the name Ruben Bain Jr. All draft process, he's been this top five guy. And then there's a story that I'm not going to mention on air because that's just not a thing we should mention here. But I have him fallen all the way late just because of that story. Because you can't have somebody who had this problem be in the top 5 or be in the top 15. And as you mentioned, the San Francisco O-line needs help. So does that D-line. That D-line was one of the worst in the entire league. So having Ruben Bain solidify that inner side or in the outside, he can play both. That pairs up well with the defense. That's very skilled in the back half, but not so much in the front half.
Right.
Now, there's one more thing. Carnell Tate. Yes, I have him at the 5. Now, is that a smart pick? We don't know yet. I love the fact that I can move Carnell Tate from 5 to 2, but I think Giants need to get that other receiver. You can't rely on just Malik Neighbors, Cam Scatterboo. You have a young nucleus right now with Jackson Dart and Cam and Malik. You've got to add at least one more deep threat, and that's Carnell Tate. I mean, you've watched so much Carnell Tate.
I have, yeah.
That you just know he's going to be another
he's
great
very,
receiver,
very
too, because that's what he was at Ohio State when he got Jeremiah Smith. Now, one more thing. Ty Simpson at 16.
Yeah, that's interesting. That's one that stood out to me on your mock draft, Ryan. Talk about it.
I want to mention one thing. The Jets need a quarterback right now, and I think they'll take the swing and just go after Ty Simpson, which, as a Steeler person, I'm very happy the Jets are willing to take that chance and not us.
Yeah.
But I think the fact that the Jets are going to go get their guy, they're going to feel very nervous with the 16th pick. They said, okay, we got to solidify this. We got to get our guy. We got to have a future.
Yeah, I just want to ask, Jadarian Price, you have him going to Houston at 28. They had a decent offseason filling in a role. Do you think that that's where they should go at 28 as another running back?
Yes, what Jadarian Price brings is a little youth and a little movement like Jeremiah Love, but not the style of Jeremiah Love. He has the explosiveness of Jeremiah Love. Something Houston hasn't had in the run game this past 2 years with C.J. Stroud, who honestly could be a read option or RPO quarterback, which he was very good at in college, and especially his first year in the league was the RPO-heavy offense. Now you lost that with having a bad run game. Jeremiah Price gives another option where you could beat RPO action, or you can set him out wide to beat a receiver, because he was a receiving back for something Jeremiah Love couldn't do half the season.
Yeah, no, I see it. There's a couple things we do have in common, though. The top 2, and, of course, Jeremiah Love to 4. For me, I want to hear your opinion on this. Do you think that drafting a running back in a top 5 spot is worth it? Because me, personally, I've always been against it. I was against the Ashton Genty pick. I was against the Najee Harris to Pittsburgh pick as well. I think you should use that to fill in a big need instead of using it to what I believe is the most replaceable position in football. Build an O-line, build an offense, and the running back is going to come.
I think you got to go after the running backs. Running backs are one of those positions that, yes, it could be a boom or bust, very high boom or bust rate. But if you got a guy like Saquon was drafted high, when you got a guy like Saquon type of ability, you got to go after him. You can't hope that he gets to the 2nd, 3rd round, because teams are going to see, oh wait, he's falling. Then they're going to get them. If you like the guy and you think he has the potential, you got to go after him, no matter if he has a high boom or bust rate.
So does it worry you that the Titans aren't going to be able to block for him?
No, it doesn't. I think what Jeremiah Love, I mean, yes, the offensive line for Notre Dame was really good, but they struggled against teams, especially come later in the year, where Jeremiah Love is just such a physical back that he can bounce off linebackers. Now, yes, college linebackers are different than NFL linebackers. I get that, but he also can bounce off of them and jump into the 2nd level and then take off. So I think he'll be just fine. You also have the legs of Cam Ward to worry about. So he frees up Jeremiah Love enough.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Jordan Tyson falling, the hamstring injury is a little concerning because I do have him being selected high to 13. I have him being selected a little higher at 13. Do you want him to fall to 21, or do you actually think he's going to drop that low?
I think he's actually going to drop that low. I think the injuries with a hamstring is just way too risky for a receiver of his caliber, where teams are like, okay, we can't have a guy be out 4 to 5 weeks with a hamstring. The reason I have the Steelers there is because Steelers really don't worry about the medical as much as they do the actual player. So I think with Mike McCarthy, he's going to say, okay, I want this player. Let's go get him.
Absolutely. So that is it for our mock drafts. We will keep up and follow along with those as the show continues. Back to you guys.
Well, the clock is ticking, and the Raiders are about. The Raiders going to be making their picks sooner than later, guys. So,
Yeah.
I mean, what a mock draft from both Ryan and Matt's. I mean, you guys looking forward to this? What are you guys looking forward to the most?
I'm just looking forward to seeing the new, generation of the NFL, honestly. I think that's my highlight right now.
No, I agree. I mean, it's very exciting just to, because we're getting into this. I know this may not be the most high tier of draft classes we've seen. I think we can all agree. But I'm so excited for these guys to have a chance to get drafted and to hear their names called. And I think the top teams in this draft are going to get some superstars for sure.
Yes. Absolutely. I mean, I'm looking at some of these teams right now, and I mean, some of them have more picks than others. Some teams obviously have more first-round picks than other teams. So it's certainly going to be interesting to see who goes where.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, I'm curious to see what teams trade up. I know I mentioned the Chiefs. I think the Cowboys might as well.
Cowboys?
I think that'll be
It's
interesting.
possible.
Yeah, just because of the need of defense, and I think this is very defensive heavy, especially early on in the draft. And I think it'll depend with the receivers as well. I know, Carnell Tates should be a guaranteed top 10. At least I would think so. But other receivers, I don't know. I think it depends more on fits, right? I mean, maybe one receiver is better than the other, but if you have two receivers that are possession guys, you might want to draft someone that's better in the slot. So it will be interesting to see how the skill set of these receivers will take place in terms of whether this team's going to draft them or not.
Couldn't agree more. And correct me if I'm wrong, I could have sworn I heard some stuff about the Philadelphia Eagles possibly trying to make some big moves in the first round as well.
There's a possibility, yes.
Saw a lot of that going on right now. So who knows where the Philadelphia Eagles can go too. I mean, there was a whole A.J. Brown situation that took place. Jalen Hurts is still there. They're looking to get back on top of the mountain.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious to see if A.J. Brown would be worth a first-round pick at this point in his career.
know.
I just don't know because receivers are so highly touted in terms of trades. They get traded for first-round picks. They sign huge extensions compared to other positions. So I'm kind of curious to see if A.J. Brown at this point is worth one. So.
Well, the clock is ticking, and the Raiders are about to make their pick right after the break.
The NFL Draft Fan Experience opened up today at noon here at Point State Park, and I am here to show you that all of the hundreds of thousands of people are here to celebrate this historical event. Let's see what this has to offer. With the initial estimation of 700,000 people being reduced to 400,000 people, these events were still jam-packed. Crowds from all over the nation and even all over the world came to support their favorite teams.
It's really good. I didn't know, again, don't know how the draft is supposed to look, but I'm liking it.
Such good energy. Yeah. Every single person we've met so far has been so nice to us. The city has been super welcoming. Yeah. This area is gorgeous.
The city
I love it.
I've been a Pittsburgh Steelers fan for my whole life, and we've been to Pittsburgh, me and my best friend Max, like 5 times. I mean, it's awesome. I think Pittsburgh's doing a great job. Like, I've loved the city for the longest time. I've endorsed it to all my friends who have always said, why should I go there? And, you know, just Point State Park is beautiful. I think it's a great spot for the initial experience, and then I can't wait to go see the stage, too.
There were tons of vendors with different food as well as different interactive experiences.
It's been a blast. I hate to give Steelers any credit, but they've done a phenomenal job setting everything up. It looks great. I've been to Steelers games. I've been to Ravens games. It's always a blast. And now coming to an event that has every single team, it was going to be crazy. You know, the NFL community is great. Everyone is pretty sportsmanship-like. And, you know, it's great to see other people who all have the same passion all in one place.
So proud.
So proud of our
It's
city.
a perfect day.
It's a perfect
It's the
day.
best day.
Everyone's so friendly. Pittsburghers are welcoming all the out-of-towners.
The experience is open until the 25th, and it's free to the public. All you have to do is scan your QR code. Here in Market Square, Juliana Brock, UView Television.
The draft clock is one.
Welcome back. Before the Raiders make their pick, we wanted to discuss some of the most valuable players in the running this evening. Before I get to mine, why don't we start with you guys? Becca, why don't you go first?
One of my favorites right now is Sonny Styles. I have never seen a more versatile player than Sonny Styles. When I was doing all my research on him, he fully can play like so many different positions, and he switched positions when he went to college, which you don't really see happening that often.
He's just very athletic.
Yeah,
too.
he's
I mean,
very
it's crazy.
athletic. He's a built guy, and any team would be honestly lucky to have him.
No, couldn't agree more with that. And I mean, a player that I wanted to point out too, Jeremiah Love's obviously probably
Jeremiah
the cop-out
Love is
answer.
good, too.
Oh, yeah.
So I think I'm going to go somewhere else with this. I'm going to go Jordan Tyson on this one. Now, I understand
Ooh.
that the injuries have been scaring some people recently. Obviously, I mean, 3 different injuries
Yes,
over a 3-year
yes.
span would concern any team that's about to draft him. But I mean, this guy's the complete package if you really think about it. I mean, he has the size, he has the strength, he has the speed. And honestly, outside of Carnell Tate, there's a really strong argument that he could be the best wide receiver in this draft.
Oh, no, I agree. And someone that a lot of people aren't really talking about as much, I think, is Ruben Bain. He's such a disruptor.
Mm-hmm.
I get the concerns, and I get, you know, Ryan Thiele thinking he could fall. I think he could fall too, for sure. But I just think he is so disruptive. I mean, I know, you know, the arm size, people think it's an issue. I don't. To me and my dad always say, you look at college teams, if they have the bigger offensive lineman and defensive lineman, they're usually the better team. Ruben Bain was a huge part for that Miami team that made it to a national championship.
Yeah. Couldn't agree more. And I mean, another guy, too, that we can obviously throw out, I mean, this is the obvious pick that's probably going to be #1 coming up, is Fernando Mendoza.
Yes.
I mean, Heisman Trophy winner, college football national champion. This is a guy right here that's going to completely change an organization in a quarterback class that many thought going into this year would honestly be pretty solid, but some would argue it's a little on the weaker side.
It's a very weak quarterback class, yeah. It's a little weak.
Little weak now, but I mean, Mendoza, I mean, he's going to come right in. They made a lot of moves in the offseason as well. I mean, Kirk Cousins is going to be there to mentor him as well, so I'm excited to see what Mendoza does.
I can't wait to. And he's a guy that no one really talked about going in, but he's someone that just rose being the Heisman and everything.
Yeah. We're several minutes away from the first overall pick. Jake is here to tell us more on the player who's projected to go first.
Quarterback Fernando Mendoza is poised to be the first selection in the 2026 NFL Draft, but it didn't seem that way at first. Coming out of high school, Mendoza was seen as a 2- or 3-star recruit, with California Berkeley being his only Power 4 offer. Starting a majority of games as a redshirt freshman, Mendoza improved each of his 2 seasons with the Golden Bears, putting up more yards and touchdowns in year 2. Entering the transfer portal, he would find a home in Indiana, committing to coach Curt Cignetti, looking to further his development. The Hoosiers were ranked 20th in the nation, the 4th time they would be ranked in the preseason in program history. However, Mendoza and company would greatly outperform their expectations, capturing an undefeated season going 16-0, winning the first national championship in school history. Mendoza would take home the Heisman Trophy, throwing for 41 touchdowns compared to 6 interceptions. With the size, pedigree, and work ethic, it's no wonder that Mendoza is expected to be drafted so high. We will just have to see with the first pick. Now, Peyton Celesti and Nathan Shivens were on the streets of Pittsburgh gathering people's thoughts on Mendoza himself. Let's take a look.
Draft clock is winding down to the very much anticipated #1 pick in this year's NFL Draft, which belongs to the Las Vegas Raiders, who are about to put their hopes and dreams into the reigning Heisman Trophy winner. That's quarterback Fernando Mendoza from Indiana, whose unprecedented rise to the top of the college football world captured the hearts of fans all around the country.
He's so tough, man. He's so tough.
Great kid, great pedigree, Indiana there.
We got to see a lot of them here because we were in St. Louis. We saw a lot of them being in the Midwest. Interesting pick for the Raiders, in my opinion. He doesn't really fit the culture, necessarily the stereotypical culture. Great kid, we'll see. I think he's a good quarterback. I don't think he'll be a great quarterback. I'm happy to be proven wrong just because of the young man he is and where he's been and how he's doing things.
I think he's exactly what they need. I think him and Clint Kubiak are going to be a really good match together. I think they both have very similar football minds. They're going to mesh really well, where I don't think he's going to jump off the pages at you with, like, athletically, but I think him wanting to learn, and it seems like with the mind he has, I think him and Clint's love of football are going to come together so well. I think it's going to be a good pairing.
I feel like they're going to get a person in there. Hopefully this is their franchise person. That's what they need.
I think Mendoza is going number 2 to the Jets.
Assuming the Raiders draft Mendoza, what would you like the Raiders to do the rest of the draft to help improve the team?
I mean, it's funny. They're not deep anywhere where I think you could go any position. I like the idea of maybe like Elijah Surratt in the second round to pair up with Mendoza, with them being teammates. But I think you could probably go anywhere, maybe defensive tackle. I think, like I said, they really have no depth anywhere, so wherever you go, I think it's going to be an upgrade.
I love his story. I love everything about him. I love how he talks. I think he's a great person. I think he's going to go very far with his career, and he might do really good things with the Raiders.
I think you're going to see him sit. I don't remember off the top of my head where the bye week is. I think you're going to see him sit maybe up until the bye week. Maybe you see Kirk Cousins get off to a shaky start. I think he plays the last 8 games. They go 4-4. He has 12 touchdowns to 4 picks.
Do you think he's going to bring the Raiders to the promised land?
Honestly, yeah, I'm hoping so. I really think he can.
The pick is now in. Well, there we go. I mean, Fernando Mendoza is the first overall pick. I mean, it's pretty highly expected, honestly, but the Raiders seem to found their franchise guy. Jake, I'm going to start with you. What's your thoughts on this move?
Oh, this is absolutely the right move. I mean, for the Raiders, if they're going to draft a quarterback so high, I mean, remember the first overall pick, Jamarcus Russell. Going in, everyone knew, oh, he's great. He's this #1 pick. Highly recruited out of high school, started all 3 years. But they're getting someone the complete opposite, Fernando Mendoza. He really had to work his way up, starting from that 3-star recruit, having to transfer from California. This is the type of quarterback the Raiders need. They need someone who's already experienced adversity before the NFL.
Yes. My goodness, the Raiders have had a very interesting past few years. They've gone through this massive cycle of quarterbacks, and as much as they now have Kirk Cousins is getting up there in age, and he just transfers to different teams every single year. I think Fernando Mendoza is going to be a good quarterback for them to hopefully last them a couple years.
Absolutely. I mean, we talked about some of the pieces they're built around in free agency as well, bringing them in for Mendoza. So it's not like Mendoza is walking into a broken Raiders team, which we saw last season. He's going to be walking into a pretty solid situation. The real question now raises is, how's he going to fare in this AFC West, which honestly is going to be pretty competitive next year?
It's a very competitive division, yes.
And one thing to also keep an eye out for is that they just paid so much money for their new starting center, Tyler Linderbaum.
Yes,
so he's going to have to form that connection with Fernando Mendoza to make sure they're on the same page and to make sure they're good to go. Because those 2 players are very important for this offense.
Yeah. Let's not forget Linderbaum as well came in for young Lamar Jackson at one point in time.
That's true, yeah. So he's experienced with that already.
Moving forward, the NFL Combine gave us everything we needed leading up to tonight. MEI Dallas has more on this.
The NFL Scouting Combine is a 4-day invitation-only event hosted in Indianapolis that allows NFL scouts to assess potential prospects as they go through on-field drills, medical testing, and interviews. Not all eligible players participate, but for the ones that do, this is an opportunity to prove their skills and improve their stock. Some notable risers include running back Jeremiah Love from Notre Dame with his impressive 4.36 time in the 40-yard dash. Love has put himself in a position where he has moved up from a top 10 to a top 5 pick, which is not a common instance among running backs. Quarterback Taylon Green from Arkansas is another name that has improved his projection. Originally a mid to late round draft pick is now currently looking at a 3rd or 4th round projection. His impressive combine performance has been called, quote, the best quarterback performance of all time, end quote, by CBS Sports' own Brad Crawford. His 4.36 time in the 40-yard dash, combined with his 6'6", 227-pound build, has undoubtedly caught the attention of many scouts. This year's combine has definitely given teams a lot to ponder, with multiple records broken and talents highlighted. Now, back to Peyton Celeste and Nathan Shivens, who are around town talking to some Pittsburghers.
NFL draft being here in Pittsburgh this year, we decided, hey, let's interview some Yinzers, get their thoughts on the draft being here, their excitement level, and how they thought the city managed preparation for Pittsburgh being on a national stage like this one.
I saw the mayor's TikTok a few days ago, and he was posting videos of the construction around the city and all that, and it said it's giving last-minute school group project, and I completely agree with that because I feel like they're just trying to fit all this stuff in last second when they had so many months to do it, so much time before, and they just didn't do it.
I think it's really fun getting to see the streets like so alive and filled with all different types of people from all over the place. And I think Pittsburgh is handling it really well. They have a lot of security. They have a lot of events open to all types of people, and it's really fun. I mean, we're literally in Market Square, and it's the busiest I've ever seen it.
This is a once-in-a-lifetime thing in Pittsburgh. You got to be here. You got to see this. Like, this is something I'm going to be 80 years old. I'm going to tell my great-grandkids, my grandkids, like, yo, I remember when the NFL draft came to Pittsburgh, because the city really don't have the infrastructure for it because the way the city's built, it's a lot of tunnels and bridges. We don't got big lane highways, but the city's doing as best as they can. It's here. So whatever it is what it is.
Big impact for sure, because normally it takes me like 5 minutes to get down to work. Now it's taking like 30 minutes, which is crazy because I live like right across the river from the draft. But we're really excited. There's going to be a lot of money to be made, a lot of people coming into town, celebrities from what I hear. So we're really excited for everything.
It's Wiz Khalifa, myself, and Kels. She's amazing. But we're going to kick the whole draft off with nothing but a good time. It's the black and yellow, nothing but a good time, nothing but a good draft.
Tonight I'm performing with the Steel Town Horns. We perform all over the city, basically the winery set. It's just a privilege to be here at the draft, man. It means a lot. Pittsburgh has a lot to offer. A lot of people really don't know that, you know. So when they get into it, they can see, and you can look around, the city's done a beautiful job, like revamping a lot of things for people to come in and enjoy themselves.
Let's head over to Matt Palangi to give us an overview on draft prospect Caleb Downs. Matt?
That's right, guys. It's not often where you see a top 5 prospect be at the safety position. However, Ohio State junior Caleb Downs has created a new narrative this season. The 6-foot, 235-pound Buckeye has been stellar since stepping into the Scarlet and Gray. His first year as a Buckeye, 2024, when he transferred from Alabama. In this season, he was first-team Associate Press All-American, Big Ten Conference Defensive Back of the Year, finalist for the Thorpe Award, also known as the award given to the best defensive back in the nation. Oh, and he would do this yet again in 2025, except instead of being a finalist, he would bring home the 2025 Thorpe Award. Caleb Downs got the best production score of all safeties in this year's combine and looks to be taken top 10, almost unanimously. The Giants, Chiefs, Saints, and Cowboys are the top eyes to look out for when it comes to selecting this all-time safety prospect. Back to you guys at the desk.
Now with the Jets pick coming up, I have a feeling they're going to take defense, right? I mean, that's something that they need. It's probably the best available, I'd say. I mean, I think that it could be either David Bailey or Arvell Reese. I mean, those are two guys that have a lot of versatility for a defensive coach like the Jets.
Yes. They desperately need more playmakers on defense. That's like their biggest need as of right now, yeah.
Honestly, yeah, the New York Jets, I mean, whenever you take a look at their team, there is some offensive holes that they need to be filled right now, but I mean, they lost a lot of their defense within the free agency this time around. Yes, they did. So honestly, a Bailey, a Reese, one of those two will probably fit a big, desperate hole that the Jets certainly need to fill.
And it'll be interesting to see how just the front office and Aaron Glenn decide to do this, because I think David Bailey, he's more of a guarantee that he's going to be really good. Arvell Reese, I mean, he gives you that versatility. He could play your traditional linebacker, but he could also come off the edge. Yes. Aaron Glenn being a defensive guy himself, I think he might want that versatility, but it's going to be hard to not take the guy that's the most guaranteed.
Yes.
So.
No, couldn't agree more there, Jake, but I have some news. The pick is now in. Well, there we go. There is the second overall pick, David Bailey, an edge, of course, from
Yes.
Texas Tech. Becca, what's your thoughts on this pick?
I think this is a good pick. I honestly think this is what the Jets need. I'm not saying that they're going to push themselves up into, you know, contending category. I think they are still rebuilding a little bit, but I think this is what they need.
Yeah, I agree, and it's funny because the Jets made this a little bit interesting, right? I mean, I think David Bailey going in, we all figured he should have been the second pick.
Yes.
But then there are rumors, oh, they canceled his visit. Is it because they don't like David Bailey? Is it because they are so confident in Arvell Reese or another defensive player that they might go with them instead? I don't know, but I think this shouldn't have been a question. I think this is the right player for this franchise.
Yes.
Couldn't agree more. I mean, an underrated defense was Texas Tech last year, and I mean, David Bailey was probably the most key contributor to that defense as well. And I mean, this Aaron Glenn New York Jets defense completely struggled last year. I mean, let's not forget, the only team in the NFL to not have a single interception last year. Obviously, I know David Bailey's place on the field doesn't exactly help that realm, but still, I mean, this is going to be a big hole that needs filled.
Yes.
Absolutely, and their dream defensive player to have drafted is probably like if, you know, we go to the 2022 draft whenever Derek Stingley and Sauce Gardner were ranked so high. I think that would have been their dream scenario in this draft, you know, guys similar to that. This is the best defensive player in the draft, I think.
Yes, it is.
So I think this was the right move either way. Even if you need that defensive back help, I think you need to grab defense in general.
And I feel like, too, this is not going to be the only time we're here in the New York Jets tonight. I just have a small feeling that something's going to happen.
There's an inkling. I agree with that statement. I feel an inkling also. Yeah.
Now to Ryan Quinn, filling us in on another top prospect.
Debatably the top-rated tackle in this year's draft, Francis Mauigoa heads into the Pittsburgh draft looking to be a top 10 pick. Starting 42 games in college and consistently being one of the best tackles in the game when he was at IMG Academy to his 3 years at Miami, there isn't much wrong with his game as he could slot in and be a tackle and be a consistent starter. But over the past couple of weeks, some worries have set in. One flaw that has popped up is Mauigoa's arm length. Scouts worry about that, and it could allow him to be seen as much more of a guard in the game rather than a tackle, especially after some concerns popped up with Phil Campbell and his arm length last year and how he played. Francis does have him beat with an inch in that regard, and he makes up with it with his experience with an all-around skill. One other thing to look out for Francis is he went to the combine recheck for a back issue he had late in the college season. It wouldn't be an NFL draft if teams were checking their list twice before a draft. Even with some of those concerns, Mauigoa remains one of the best picks a team could make if their need is an offensive tackle, and they'll be getting one of the most consistent with the American Samoa native if that's their pick.
Sending things outside of the studio, let's check in on one of our on-site reporters.
Here at the 2026 NFL Draft, how are you all feeling? Are you having fun?
So good. This is amazing. Best day ever.
I see the Pittsburgh. Are you all from Pittsburgh? Did you travel out of town?
Hell yeah, I'm from Pittsburgh. He came all the way from LA from school, but yeah, all from Pittsburgh. Yeah, no, distant traveler here. I go to school in LA, but I'm from here.
You got to represent the roots. Now, as a Pittsburgh fan, how are we feeling about the draft? Are there certain players you want to see come to the Steelers?
Honestly, I don't know exactly who's coming, but I'm feeling good about it. Mike McCarthy, you know, he'll walk in. Omar Khan always cuts. That is true. As long as we get the O-lineman, maybe a receiver.
Yeah, I've heard O-line and receiver are the two.
Quarterback? Maybe. We'll see.
Will Howard or Ty? Do you want to see Ty on the team?
Hey, I believe in Will Howard. That's a champ. That's a national champion right there.
Will Howard or Aaron Rodgers? You know, one of those two.
Well, thank you so much for stopping to talk to us and have a good NFL draft.
You as well. Thank you.
Thanks, McKenna. Let's head over to Connor Howard on the Arizona Cardinals strategy for this year's draft. Connor?
The Arizona Cardinals are expected to use the third overall pick to draft a top defensive player to improve their defense. Reports are indicating that the Cardinals are focusing on taking edge talent to strengthen their defensive front. Players like Ohio State's Arvell Reese, David Bailey, who was just taken with the second pick from Texas Tech, and Ruben Bain Jr. from Miami are the top options to improve their pass rush, even though there are not any offensive linemen seen as being worthy in this year's draft of going at 3. The Cardinals could be looking to trade down for an offensive lineman. Miami's offensive lineman Francis Mauigoa was considered a lock to go at 3, but his reported medical concerns and his lack of pre-draft meetings make it very unlikely that he goes this high in the draft. With this year's draft lacking high-end quarterback talent, the Cardinals will be looking for another top pass rusher, with most of the teams in the league, needing another one. Another offensive lineman to watch out for if the Cardinals do decide to trade down is Utah's Spencer Fano. The Cardinals have many holes to fill across their roster. Their pick is favored to be a defensive player. It was even mentioned that Notre Dame's running back Jeremiah Love could be a fit to go to Arizona at 3, but this is now considered to be unlikely now with the Cardinals bringing in Tyler Algier in free agency to improve their run game.
I think the Cardinals pick is very interesting in this one because they're rumored to maybe trade down. I mean, I think they really like Francis Mauigoa a lot, but I don't think they would take him 3. I just think that they would take the best available player if they still have that 3rd pick. Yes. So I'm kind of curious of your guys' thoughts. Austin, I'll go with you first.
Yeah, I mean, obviously there's a lot of different players that the Cardinals could draft. They could draft a lineman. They can go the defensive route. They could go with Jeremiah Love. I even heard some rumblings of a Ty Simpson, which let's hope not. But there's a lot of different players that the Arizona Cardinals could go after. So honestly, I'm really excited because obviously they're bringing in a new head coach. They have a new offensive coordinator. So the Cardinals are looking to move in somewhat of a positive direction. And I feel like this draft pick could completely change the organization going forward.
And I might be mistaken. Do they have a quarterback yet? Do they have like an official quarterback yet? Because I think like you need a quarterback to play the game. I mean,
I'd say not one maybe that they're confident in the future.
Okay,
for
that's
sure.
what I thought.
So.
Well, the good news is we can find out now because the pick is now in. Well, with the 3rd overall pick, the Arizona Cardinals are selecting none other than running back from Notre Dame, Jeremiah Love. I mean, I have a lot to say about this. I want to ask you about this first, Jake. What do you think?
The Cardinals straight up went best player available.
Yes,
I thought maybe they could trade down like I mentioned, but them keeping the 3rd overall pick, to me, this wasn't a top 4 position need, but you get an instant playmaker for this offense that truly really doesn't have an identity. But now I think this is going to be better for guys like Marvin Harrison Jr. to break out, having that really good running back to stabilize that running game so you're not expecting them to just throw the ball a ton with a couple really talented receivers.
No, couldn't agree more. And here's the thing with Jeremiah Love. Jeremiah Love is the type of player that's going to change an organization for the better because the good vibes that he brings in the locker room, the good vibes that he has on the field. I mean, when we look at players in this draft, yes, Mendoza was the #1 overall guy going to the Las Vegas Raiders. But when we take a look at players that is going to significantly impact a franchise, I mean, look what Saquon Barkley did his first couple years with the New York Giants. Look what Larry Fitzgerald did ever so long ago with the Arizona Cardinals. Although they may not have won as many games as we would like to have seen, they at least obviously had some. They had a good guy in the locker room to be able to look up to, and I feel like Jeremiah Love is honestly going to be that guy.
Going back to Saquon Barkley, Jeremiah Love is the 3rd running back selected in the top 3.
Wow.
The last 20 years with Saquon Barkley and Reggie Bush.
And it's crazy because like for so many years, everyone was like, oh, don't draft a running back very high. It's just not that valuable position. But recently, we've been seeing a lot of these running backs being rumored in this first. And Jeremiah Love, I mean, he's arguably the most talented we've seen since Barkley. Just pure talent, just with the speed. He's so elusive. Just everything about him makes him a really good running back.
No, couldn't agree more with that.
Moving on, Becca here has a feature on yet another player to keep your eyes on.
As NFL teams are looking to get faster and more versatile on defense, one name gaining attention is Ohio State standout Sonny Styles. Standing at 6'4", Styles brings a rare combination of size, speed, and athleticism, built like a linebacker but moving like a defensive back. A former 5-star recruit out of Pickerington, Ohio, he was the 3rd overall recruit from his state and the 2nd safety during the 2022 recruitment cycle. After the 2023 season, Styles transitioned to linebacker after initially being a safety for the Buckeyes. In his first season as linebacker, Styles recorded 43 stops and 39 pressures and improved his missed tackle rate from 18.4% to 2.2% in just 1 season. In today's NFL, where offenses are built on speed and space, players like Styles are becoming more valuable than ever. He's what teams like to call a positionless player. Defender, someone who can eliminate mismatches and stay on the field in any situation. For teams looking to get faster and more versatile on defense, Sonny Styles could be exactly what they need, a player who doesn't just fit into a system, but expands it. As the NFL evolves, don't be surprised if Styles comes to be a standout defensive prospect from his draft class.
After the break, the Tennessee Titans and the New York Giants revealed their picks, plus more exclusive looks at the Pittsburgh community and the NFL Hall of Famers. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back. A new face is joining us here at the desk, Gabe Ebersol. Gabe, how are you feeling about being here right now?
Feeling very good, very excited to join on this draft talk, so let's get to it.
The Titans have the next pick, and Ryan Quinn is here to fill us in. Ryan?
With the 4th overall pick in the draft, the Tennessee Titans are looking to build off of their foundation of their last first-round pick, Cam Ward. But how did they get here? Back in 2021 with Ryan Tannehill, Derrick Henry, and A.J. Brown, they were the first seed in the AFC and looking for their first NFL ring. But running into Joe Burrow shut down that dream, and for the past 4 years, they have not made the playoffs. However, things are looking up for the Titans. As mentioned, they look to have their franchise QB. They have a new head coach in Robert Saleh. They have an offensive mind and offensive coordinator in Brian Daboll, and a whole new logo and uniforms. This is looking to be a huge change from how they looked in this year's past. Free agency has been huge for the Titans. They have spent the most amount of money in free agency, something that worked for the Patriots in their run last year. Some of the big names are wide receiver Rondale Robinson, defensive lineman John Franklin Myers, and corners Alontae Taylor and Cordale Flott. With their big spending, it leaves the question of now, who will they take in the draft? The two biggest names that mock drafts have seen are running back Jeremiah Love from Notre Dame or edge David Bailey from Texas Tech, both who have been taken. With Love being the favorite, both they would feel a need, but now they got to find somewhere else to go. But we'll find out where they go to very soon.
So it seemed as if, for me, that they were going to go Jeremiah Love, but now he's off the board. Where can we see them going now?
I mean, I like the idea of them of still attacking the offensive end of the ball, get a weapon specifically. I mean, you got Cam Ward last year. That was your guy you committed to, and he looked better at the end of the year. He started showing a little bit of stride, some improvements, and I like them to try to build off that. And to do so, you got to give him someone to throw the ball to. You went out and got Wan'Dale Robinson. If they go out and get another receiver, obviously Jeremiah Love is now off of the board. I'd like to see them get a weapon for Cam Ward to succeed.
I mean, wide receiver could be the easy choice there too, but I mean, you would also want to build back that defense stronger. You did lose 3 different players throughout free agency, one of them being a starter from last year. So honestly, I could see them leaning more towards a defensive player here at this 4th pick.
I could honestly see them also going to the offensive line spot to protect Cam Ward. Their offensive line actually wasn't that bad, but you want to make it, it was a little under bottom of the line, so you want to try to make it a little bit better than you had it before. Maybe add Malagoa, who's still on the board, or you can add those wide receiver. There's a lot of options for that team.
Well, the pick is going to be in shortly here too. I mean, the Tennessee Titans, I mean, Cam Ward is a great addition they had last year. There's a couple other wide receivers too that they brought in, and I mean, ever since the whole Treylon Burks, A.J. Brown situation as well from ever so long ago, it feels like they really don't have that solidified #1 wide receiver yet. But now the pick is in. Well, with the 4th overall pick, the Tennessee Titans are selecting none other than wide receiver Carnell Tate from Ohio State University. Matt, I mean, you've watched a lot of Ohio State games last year, so what do you think of this pick, man?
I mean, 800 receiving yards this year. If he's a wide receiver 1, I'm sure he goes over 1,100 on a loaded offense in Ohio State. The best wide receiver 2 in the country by far, in my opinion. This is a steal for them. I mean, their wide receivers, they had some mediocre guys, you know, Anonymore, like just random guys that you may have never heard of until this year having decent seasons. Now you grab a guy like Carnell Tate, who is a standout player, a guy that can make those big splash plays. But the biggest thing about Tate, his red zone threat, 9 touchdowns this year, Gabe.
Yeah, it's because he's big, strong, and explosive, and that's what he's bringing to an offense. He can get down the field, over 17 yards a catch. He can get into the end zone. I like him. Like we just said, a playmaker for Cam Ward. They just went out and they got one. So props to the Titans.
And of course, the AFC South, I mean, you look at the other teams in that division as well. All of them have solidified starting #1 wide receivers. Right. The Titans were the one team that was honestly lacking kind of going into the draft. Now they probably have found their guy in Carnell Tate, which is just going to do them justice.
Yeah, I think that he is going to add such a big piece. As I said, I think, as you said, Gabe, his description, he's big, he's strong, he's athletic. Like, he adds such a big value to that team, a red zone threat for that roster.
Now let's check back in with our on-site reporters.
We're here at the 2026 NFL Draft. How are you both feeling today?
We are excited.
Now, I see the Miami. Did you come from Miami? Are you from town?
No, we're from Ohio, but we were originally from Miami.
Oh, okay. So how was the drive here? How did that go?
Easy, an hour and a half.
So no traffic. They were saying all the bridges were going to be...
Oh, no. Everything was easy.
So how has the draft been so far for both of you?
Pretty nerve-wracking because we don't know who our team's going to pick, but other than that, great.
Do you have any predictions? Are there any hopefuls that hopefully a player falls?
We just don't want them to screw up like they historically have done over the years.
We've drafted a defensive lineman for 4 straight years, and so yeah.
Yeah,
It's been fun.
That does not sound like a fun time. Are you staying in Pittsburgh for long, or is it right after that?
We are out of here as soon as it's over.
Well, I hope you enjoy your time here at the 2026 NFL Draft, and thank you for stopping to talk to us.
Thank you.
All right, fins up.
Pittsburgh has spent months preparing for the arrival of hundreds of thousands to the city for the draft. Reporter Sierra is here to talk with everything they've been up to. What's up?
An estimate of between 500,000 and 700,000 fans are set to arrive for NFL Draft Week. Tours are set to gather at the newly opened venue, The Plaza, located in North Shore right across from the big stage. The venue is a 30,000 square foot destination providing a unique outdoor experience. Performances by Nelly, Steve Aoki, and 2 Chainz are set to take place at the venue. In addition, 20 restaurants in downtown Pittsburgh are partnering with the 2nd annual Taste of the Draft, which caters to the culture of Pittsburgh food scene while combating student food insecurity. This event is in association with Gen Youth, a nonprofit that is dedicated to increasing school nutrition and physical activity in underrepresented communities. The event is to be sponsored by Pittsburgh Steelers and Visit Pittsburgh, where visitors have the chance to meet Steeler players at PNC Plaza on April 22nd during the event. The Permati Bros is one of the restaurants listed set to participate. The restaurant highlights history of Pittsburgh and their working class identity, a unique sandwich that involves grilled meat, melted cheese, coleslaw, and fries. It is a Yinzer staple every visitor must keep on their bucket list. Sending things back to the desk, Matt is filling us in on the NFL icons being inducted to the Hall of Fame.
Thanks, Anaya. They weren't just stars of their era. They are the standard for the new generation, built on longevity, grit, and moments that still echo. This year's Hall of Fame class, football at its most beautiful. Your first ballot Hall of Fame class of 2026 has notable names that NFL fans around the globe will always tell stories about. The one-time Lombardi winner, Drew Brees, headlines this class. Brees may have never won an MVP, but he was a 13-time Pro Bowler who threw for over 5,000 yards 5 times. The number 3 overall pick in the 2004 NFL Draft, wide receiver Larry Fitzgerald is widely regarded as the greatest Cardinal ever. Fitzgerald consistently produced in his 17-year career, going over 1,000 yards a whopping 9 times. This man led his team to the brink of a Super Bowl. 30 catches, 546 yards, and 7 touchdowns in only one, yes, just in one playoff run before losing to the Steelers in the 2009 big game. The rest of the first ballot is filled with Luke Kuechly, the Carolina captain who is heading to Canton. The linebacker led the Panthers to runner-up and won the Defensive Player of the Year in 2013. Arguably the greatest kicker in NFL history, Adam Vinatieri makes the first ballot. And finally, the 3-time Super Bowl champion, Roger Craig. Congratulations to this year's Hall of Fame class, and it is certainly one for the ages. Also, I'm sure there's one name you love to hear, Larry Fitzgerald. Talk a little bit about him, deserving of the first ballot in my opinion.
Well deserved. I mean, you can make a very strong case. Larry Fitzgerald is one of the all-time greats across the entire National Football League. Obviously, the greatest Arizona Cardinal in Cardinals history. And actually the reason why I'm a football fan myself. I mean, it's no stranger. I'm a Cardinals fan. And Larry Fitzgerald was the man that got me into football and got so many others into football. I mean, you talk about his time at Pitt, was a Heisman runner-up that year, and then obviously went into the NFL and just dominated. And he played with many different quarterbacks, too. It's not like he was with an elite quarterback throughout his entire year. I mean, at one point in time, he had John Skeleton throwing the football. Then you have Super Bowl winning quarterback Kurt Warner throwing you the football. So Larry Fitzgerald, this is a well-deserved spot for him. I mean, you mentioned several other names that we're probably going to talk about, but Larry definitely deserves this. No doubt about it.
Yeah, I agree with you. This is a guy who definitely flew under the radar, was a hard-working guy, a quiet guy, underrated guy. But did he put up numbers? Did he make an impact for a very, very long time? This is a guy who is one of the most underrated receivers, just historically speaking, in the history of the NFL. Doesn't get put in the same conversations as his talent suggests, and I think he's been phenomenal and very well deserved. But for now, the pick is in.
With the 5th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select edge from Ohio State, Arvell Reese. This is where I had him going. I had him going at 5. I think that this is likely the right choice for that team.
I mean, it's a Big Ten pass rusher in the top 5 for the 2nd year in a row. It's very interesting for the Giants that this is the route they're taking. They are really putting an initiative forward to get a pass rush and get some leverage on that side of the ball, and I'm all for it, honestly. Pass rushing helps in both, obviously for the pass game, but it helps your secondary as well. If you're able to have less time that they have to lock up those guys, it can account for a lot of holes in your secondary, and I like this option from New York.
I mean, let's not forget John Harbaugh as well has worked with some of the best pass rushers during his time with the Baltimore Ravens as well, so I'm not surprised by this move at all. But honestly, this is going to help this New York Giants team out a lot. We were talking before about how young this New York Giants offense is. Now we're looking more towards their defense, and I think this is a great move for the franchise.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think that this was, as I said, this is where I had him going because they're trying to get younger. There's a reason they traded Dexter Lawrence for the 10th overall pick. They want to get younger. They want to build a young defensive core versus just trying to throw a win-now situation with Jackson Dart, your quarterback.
Yeah, I agree with it, and like you said, it's going to, be a younger team, a team that's revamping. The culture kind of changed and shifted last year when Dart, when Scadaboo all came in, and this is just an extension of that, getting more young guys in the building, this time on the defensive side of the ball. We'll see if the impact's there, but for now, the pick, the culture, it's going to be immediate impact.
So, breaking news, guys. The 6th pick, originally with the Cleveland Browns, has been traded to the Kansas City Chiefs. The Browns will get number 9 from the Chiefs, but they'll also get pick number 74 and 148. So the Chiefs now, after winning back-to-back big games, have the 6th overall pick in the 2026 NFL Draft.
Wow. I mean, it's a big impact for them, and they're a team that obviously had a down year last year after just historically dominating for a good amount of time, and they're really revamping hard intentionally, and we're going to see where they go with this pick, but I like them being aggressive in their rebuild, in their pursuit of their next star player.
Yeah, I completely agree. Now, going into the 6th overall pick, we are keeping our eyes on the top wide receivers, top prospects. Marcus Betts has all the info on wide receiver Makai Lemon.
Makai Lemon, Los Alamitos native, Blitnikoff Award winner, a 5'11" Lamborghini with feet, and a 4.47 40. He could go as high as 5 to the Jets, or 21 to the hometown Pittsburgh Steelers. And if it is Pittsburgh, he's already got a quarterback in mind. At the Combine, Lemon said, quote, Aaron Rodgers would be cool. He's a GOAT. He's a legend. The tape shows a Lincoln Riley offense that didn't ask him to run a full NFL route tree. Go routes, posts, handoffs. That was the menu. Still, he ate. Career highs across the board. 79 catches, 1,156 yards, and 11 touchdowns. We love comparing these kids to veterans, Diggs, Devontae Smith, but we all forget this is a kid who can't even rent a car yet. We're asking him to be a legend before he takes his first NFL snap. The one knock, it's almost funny. His scouting report says he breaks out of his routes too fast. He needs patience. A quarterback hits his 3rd step, looks up, and he's already 25 yards down the field. Window gone. Speed kills. But in the NFL, timing is everything. The clock is ticking for the Cleveland Browns, and their organization has quite the decision to make. Austin has more on this.
Okay, so the Kansas City Chiefs now with this spot, I feel like they can really go anywhere. Now that it's not the Browns, I think that we could see them try to add a defensive piece or an elite wide receiver. For me personally, I think that they should add defense because I do truly still trust their offense with quarterback Patrick Mahomes at the helm.
Yeah, I mean, I think Matt Nagy's holding the back more than anything. I agree. They go defensive side of the ball here. Chris Jones had a down year last year. Maybe you go with someone to amp up some pressure a little bit. Maybe you bolster some secondary. There is a lot of different things you go, but I agree that the right route of attack here is to go defensive side of the ball, especially trading up right here.
Absolutely. I mean, there's a lot of different injuries as well that took place with the Kansas City Chiefs. They unfortunately got bit by that bug last year. So there's a lot of different key positions that they could go after. I'm looking more towards that secondary as well, maybe building that back better. But the Chiefs have a lot of decisions to make.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, there is a big eye that I have on them. I just think that there's something like, I can't give up on this team. They had a bad year last year. We understand that. But Mahomes got hurt late in the season. They had some, as you said, they had Matt Nagy, but there is a lot of room that they could still have to succeed. We are joined yet again by draft specialist Ryan Thiele to further discuss the Browns pick. Ryan?
Yeah, so as not expecting the Browns to trade out of the top 5, as we both, like me and Matt, we just got done discussing about it. I think Browns trading out was probably not the smartest move for them, but what a great trade by the Chiefs to jump in. I mean, they need secondary. You might as well get a guy when you got Caleb Downs still on the board. You still got this cornerback from LSU. And Mekhi Delaney is still on the board, so there's still a lot of moves that Kansas City can still make here that we just don't know. So I would like to see them on the defensive side of the game. Now, they still need a receiver, in my opinion, to at least fortify that receiving core. That's a bunch of unknown names right now. I would like to see the offense, but I can understand the defensive side here.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with you there. But the one thing for me is that now that it's the Chiefs pick, they do have that running back, Kenneth Walker, that they got from Seattle. So if it's me, I think that they go there. But with the Browns, what do you think was their mindset going about trading this to the Kansas City Chiefs?
Honestly, I think the mindset of the Browns was like they just weren't ready. I think somebody in the top 3, top 5, like top 4 was like, okay, this is who we wanted. Oh, wait, he's not there. What do we do? They didn't have a backup plan, so they were on the phone saying, hey, you guys want to trade up? You want to trade up? Because they just weren't ready for the pick. And Kansas City jumped on it and says, yes, we're ready. We know what we want. Let's jump up and let's go get our guy of the future.
Well, with that, the pick is now in.
With the 6th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Mansour Delane, cornerback from LSU. I am disappointed. I'm a Cowboys fan, guys. I did want him to fall to Dallas. This is a interesting pick. This might be the highest I've actually seen him go. I did not see him going this high in any single mock draft. He goes to the Kansas City Chiefs at 6.
Yeah, honestly, I was a little surprised by this too, especially with the move. I mean, I was just talking about before, I would like to see them target secondary, so I was quite surprised they did go this high for it, but they traded up for a reason. They believe this is their guy, and that's why they chose him.
And I'm okay with that as well. Them trading up, them being aggressive for it. You found your guy that you want. Now let's stick with it. Let's build on it. They get a cornerback, a positional need. Maybe it isn't the guy that you were thinking. I agree with that. But they did get a positional need, and if they're willing to trade up for this guy, they must have seen something they like, something they believe in. Go out there, let's get it done.
There's one thing, guys. Don't forget, they lost Trent McDuffie this offseason to the Los Angeles Rams, so they got rid of L'Jarius Sneed a couple years ago. Granted, they still won a big game without him, but this offseason they lost Trent McDuffie to the Rams. So now the cornerback position completely off for them. They lost an elite corner. They had to get someone. So that's why what's ringing in my head that this pick does make more sense now that I remember about that Trent McDuffie loss. So I think that this is just something that they're so desperate. They're very, very they don't know where to go with their cornerback spot because they don't have Sneed or McDuffie. So that's why they went up and traded for Delane. But I feel like they could have gotten him at 9.
That was the caveat I was just about to mention. As like we didn't see him going this high. Did you have to trade up to get that? Did you maybe give a little bit more? And I think that like what we said, that Ryan said with the Browns, they made out pretty good with this. If they didn't have a guy on the board that they really wanted, get another pick in the 3rd round. Good deal for them.
Moving on, Gabe here has the latest on a fan favorite All-American running back.
That is right, Matt. Despite 10 straight wins to close out the season, Notre Dame's playoff bid was condemned by the committee. But the Fighting Irish had one Irish fighting the hardest to get his team there. That would be the 2025 Doak Walk winner, the unanimous first-team All-American running back Jeremiah Love. Fresh off of 1,600 yards and 21 touchdowns, it's hard not to fall in love with Love's versatility as a playmaker. Across his 433 career attempts at Notre Dame, every box checked. Elusive? Check. He's forced 166 missed tackles, 2nd best rate in the entire class. Balance? Check. Well over 4 yards per attempt after contact, accounting for 2/3 of his yardage. Explosive? Check. Posting threatening rates for both explosive and breakaway runs for his collegiate career. Scheme proof? Check. 56% of his carries in zone concepts, 44% from gap concepts. And the hands, they are a mega check. Pass game phenom, Love ranks second in target rate since 2019 first-round running backs, behind only PPR cheat code Jahmyr Gibbs. He's got multiple years of elite production, 1,350 yards and 19 scores as a sophomore. Love led Notre Dame to a national championship appearance as a teenager. Only 20 years old as we speak, the versatile and explosive Jeremiah Love was bound to walk into the NFL as a three-down back threat no matter where he went. Now, officially into the NFL with the Arizona Cardinals, look for that Cardinal offense to improve immensely and Jeremiah to rejuvenate that backfield because he is a generational talent, guys. Now, here in Pittsburgh, things are jam-packed. Annabella Jizzy has the chance to speak with the city's pedestrians to discuss how the city is handling things, all this foot traffic.
With Pittsburgh holding the NFL draft, Pittsburgh pedestrians have altered their way of life and how they have been living for the past couple of weeks. But what does this really mean for their everyday lives?
Over the past month, pedestrians have had to navigate a wave of construction, road closures, and detours, especially around downtown and the North Shore. Sidewalks have been rerouted, crosswalks temporarily blocked, and traffic patterns shifted as crews prepare for the influx of visitors. For those relying on public transportation, adjustments to bus routes and stop locations have added extra time to daily commutes, with some riders needing to plan ahead more than usual. But for many residents, it's meant adapting to a new routine.
Thing for me that I really have to rely on is transportation. I mean, going around town, a lot of the construction is still going on with the draft just a few days away. But also, I mean, Market Square just wrapping up. I mean, I drove around Market Square, and it was only around the one way because all around Market Square was closed at the time, and it was pretty narrow trying to get around. But also, in the vicinity of Market Square, there is a lot of construction still going on. And also public transportation. I mean, I sometimes take the T on my way home as a commuter and also into town as well. And with the plans that they plan on for making the T free and making it run almost every 15 minutes, it's going to be interesting to see how that proceeds and if it actually.
Between preparing for a major national event and maintaining accessibility for the people who call Pittsburgh home.
And this has been Annabella Gizzy reporting from downtown Pittsburgh.
Peyton and Nathan are also out in the city interviewing some out-of-towners on their experiences in the Burgh.
While the spotlight is on the city of Pittsburgh and Steeler Nation, we talked to many fans outside of the Burgh about their impressions of the city and what they want their favorite team to do in this year's NFL Draft.
I'm from Albuquerque, New Mexico.
I live in Manhattan.
I'm from Vancouver, Canada. Oh, you're all from Canada? All from Canada.
Definitely bigger than Kansas City and older, probably, as far as, and I felt like, so there were some parts that we were walking through and it really felt more like New York, like there are tall buildings, and like when you're down on Wall Street in New York, how that feels, that really felt like that. And you don't necessarily get that in Kansas City.
It's a lot to take in, but yeah, I like it so far.
It's nice. It's like small and quiet, but it's got like an old school feeling to it. I'm a construction worker, so it feels like a blue collar town to me that's full of football loving fans.
Oh, I like it. I like the buildings, you know, from the Batman movies. It's really cool, yeah.
So we went to the one in Kansas City when they had the draft there. And like I saw there's a bar down there that has Nelly playing one night and an after party. So we did not have that in Kansas City.
I'm here with some Bears fans, my aunt and uncle. That's like, the Bears. So just excited to watch the other fans of other teams.
Beautiful city so far. The best person so far is a Steelers fan giving me props for wearing this jersey.
What do you expect the Chiefs to do this year to improve their roster?
So they definitely need O-line, D-line, the run game. We've got to establish a run game, or it is like we have to take Patrick can't do everything all the time.
Monroe Feeling, first round. I hope they get Jadarian Price second round.
Yeah, the loss was tough, but I've heard some trade rumors about A.J. Brown,
I hope we get him, but I'm hoping we draft.
Ideally, we got to trade back. We got to get some day 2 picks. But the Jerry thing to do is let's go up and get a guy at number 5.
All right, so what are you most looking forward to in your visit here this week?
So already happened, Panini Brothers sandwich. That is like, you can't go wrong. Like, that is the best sandwich.
So the Commanders will select at the 8th spot. This is a team, a couple years ago, made the NFC Championship last year. They were one of the worst teams in the NFC.
I mean, I'm a big Jaden Daniels believer. I'm going to chalk it up to a lot of him being injured and his number 1 option, Terry McLaurin, being injured. I don't know about you, Austin. What do you think?
I mean, yeah, Terry McLaurin and Jaden Daniels both were a strong absence for the Washington Commanders last year, and you can only imagine if they both were healthy and rostered on this team, who knows where the Washington Commanders would have ended up last year. I mean, the Dallas Cowboys did not meet expectations last year. The Philadelphia Eagles, in many people's eyes, did not meet expectations last year. So maybe if the Washington Commanders did have a healthy Jaden Daniels, did have a healthy Terry McLaurin, they could have went somewhere. And honestly, when I'm looking at this upcoming pick right now, I could see them targeting another wide receiver or defensive player to help out Daniels.
Well, this pick is more pivotal now because of how much improved the NFC East is getting to.
I would agree with that. And what I also think is that we can play the what-if game with those guys getting injured, but what we do know is that the offense will be there, like it can be there. The defense, that is something we've also seen not necessarily be there, even whenever they were making that NFC Championship run. The defense kind of lacking. So it was a team that led the 5th most yards in the NFL last year. You didn't force that many turnovers last year. Something you can bolster, get a playmaker on the side of the defense. I like that idea for them as well.
Well, the pick is now in. Seventh pick in the NFL draft. The Washington Commanders are selecting none other than linebacker Sonny Styles out of Ohio State University. Matt, you know I'm going to you on this one. I mean, another Ohio State Buckeyes now in the National Football League.
Can't go wrong with that versatility. His ability to drop back into coverage and also go rush a quarterback. Sure, he's not known for getting sacks. He's not known for getting interceptions, but he can do both. He can pressure a quarterback, drop back into coverage. He's one of the most versatile players in this draft on the defensive side. The Commanders trying to get back in a spot where, as I said, the NFC East is so improving right now. Dallas had a good offseason. The Giants have made some big moves and just drafted Arvell Reese. This is a big pick for the Commanders, and I think that they went to the right spot here.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And you picked basically just a football player. He doesn't do one thing. Like, he does everything on the field. He's an athletic freak. He's going to be an impact player just based on his physicality. He can compete with these grown men coming into the league, and that's something that needs to be noted. He'll be out there being able to make an impact. He's going to have to refine up on the technique, the skills a little bit. That comes with time, with development. You're an NFL franchise. You should be able to develop this guy. He has all the raw talent that you could ever ask for in the world. You just got to go develop it as a team. I love this pick.
Yeah, I completely agree.
Yeah, what a great pick here. But the New Orleans Saints are on the clock, and Matt here has yet another young prospect. Another young star to keep his eye on.
The best overall cornerback score in this year's draft combine came from the Baton Rouge, Louisiana State University, better known as LSU senior Mansour Delane. Mansour Delane entered his final collegiate year for the Tigers after transferring from Virginia Tech. Standing at 6 feet tall and 187 pounds, Delane's coverage skills are nothing short of top tier. Delane led the Tigers in pass breakups with 11, was first-time All-SEC A finalist for the Jim Thorpe Award, and was awarded first-team All-Associated Press. Mansour Delane's consistent coverage skills will be pivotal to those teams in desperate need for a cornerback. The NFC East, the Dallas Cowboys and New York Giants are widely known in recent years for their struggling defense, consistently letting up some of the top points per game in the NFL last several seasons. With those teams selecting at 10 and 12, it could be the easy choice for those respective teams, although now we know that he did go to the Kansas City Chiefs at 6. Now the city of Pittsburgh is pulling out all the stops to help support the NFL draft. Sophia Weiss fills us in on how the Pittsburgh police are helping keep the city safe. Sophia?
And thousands of fans into the city, and with that follows extra safety measures that are being taken by City Council and Pittsburgh Police. The city is deploying 18 outside agencies to watch over the draft festivities, including sheriff departments from neighboring counties, police from the University of Pittsburgh, and police from West Virginia University. At least 70 police K-9 units will also be used to detect explosives right where the draft is taking place, and also for incoming vehicles. Some of the agencies being used, like the Beaver and Washington County Sheriff offices, have cooperation agreements with United States Immigration and Customs Enforcement. While ICE is not listed as an official agency for the draft, the U.S. Department of Homeland Security and the FBI are. Southside Councilman Bob Charland amended the bill deploying these agencies to inhibit them from conducting any immigration enforcement in the city. Since Pittsburgh has little experience hosting an event to this scale, both natives and visitors can have a peace of mind that an extra layer of measures is being enforced to keep the city safe.
Break picks from the New Orleans Saints and Kansas City Chiefs, the future of Pittsburgh following the draft, and more. Stick around, we'll be right back.
Welcome back. So the Saints are about to make their pick. Gabe, I'm going to start it with you. Where do you think they're at?
So with this team, I mean, a lot of moving pieces. Tyler Shuck really came along at the end of the year, something I didn't see happening for them, and it looks like they're going to lean into him being their quarterback moving forward. Why don't we get him some weapons on that offense then? Because, I mean, you have an aging Kamara that was your running back last year. You don't really have a lot of receivers because Olave is, you know, really in and out of the medical tent every drive. So you have to really kind of get him some weapons that will consistently be there on the field. I like them to kind of go with a pass catcher for this pick.
Oh, I agree. I mean, I think that if they don't go receiver, they could have went cornerback, but the lane was already taken. So I don't think is a possibility. I don't think they'll reach at that spot. But I can see receiver too. I mean, you got Mekhi Lemon, Jordan Tyson. I mean, you have some options here that they can go with. I think receiver is the way to go.
They desperately need a stronger receiver. They really only have Olave, and that's about all they have. They need someone stronger to be able to keep the ball moving.
Yeah, and I would like them to go with Lemon, but we'll see what they do with it.
Yeah.
The pick is now in. With the 8th overall pick, the New Orleans Saints take Jordan Tyson. And I can't believe I'm saying this because my mock draft's been terrible. But I actually had this one right.
There you
I
go.
knew there was a chance he could fall because of the injury history.
Yes.
But he is so talented whenever he is healthy. And the Saints, they need another receiver, so I think this is a good pick.
Honestly, I think this is the best pick they could have made in the first round.
Yeah, I mean, with the receiver, you can go with a lot of different guys here. It's a deep class. They have a lot of different attributes, so it's really what you want to do with your scheme. And we see them go Tyson. I think it's a good pick as well. Was injured. We'll see how he's going to be with the Saints. He's going to get a lot of reps early on in this offense, so it'll be interesting just to see how they make out.
Oh, absolutely, and like we all mentioned, having someone to pair up with Olave, that's going to be a nightmare mismatch for all these opposing defenses because Olave has that talent to be that #1 receiver, and I think he's going to have an even better year with another year of Tyler Shough. But if you can get that other receiver, it's just going to create so much separation. I'm so excited to see the Saints offense, especially with Kellen Moore, who's just so good of an offensive coach.
Yeah, and the thing I was thinking, you have Chris Olave, more of a route running, kind of working underneath type of guy. I was thinking if they were going to pick receiver, they go Lemon with the speed to kind of open things up underneath for Olave, but they seem to have something specific in mind with Tyson, so we'll see schematically how Kellen Moore gets that, how Tyler Shough gets that to work out this year. It's going to be an interesting, more dynamic offense because of this pick, so it'll be good to see.
It will be good to see, yes.
Yeah, no, I mean, again, like, maybe they could go with defensive back, but I think receiver definitely was the move. So I think they made a nice pick there. But with over 500,000 people coming into Pittsburgh this weekend, the NFL draft has the potential to leave a massive impact on the city for years to come. Annabella has more on this.
With the NFL draft happening down here in Pittsburgh, the spotlight just isn't on football. With millions of eyes on our city, what does this mean for the future of the Steel City? As many of you may know, Market Square has been completely redone, from new signs to new pavement and to new architecture. But let's get really into the details. What is Pittsburgh really looking for in its future? As the city prepares to host, areas like the North Shore and downtown are seeing visible upgrades, with improvements to roads, public spaces, and event infrastructure designed to handle thousands of visitors from across the country. That investment is already creating momentum for local businesses. Small shops, restaurants, and pop-up vendors are moving in or expanding. The Studio by PGH Candle invites visitors to create their own custom candles, adding hands-on experience to the shopping scene. Just steps away, the Silly Goose offers a playful mix of gifts, clothing, and quirky merchandise. Together, these pop-ups are helping transform Wood Street into a lively hub for creativity, community, and small business growth. Business owners say the exposure could have lasting effects, bringing in new customers long after the draft ends and helping establish Pittsburgh as a go-to destination for major events. And this has been Annabella Gizzi reporting from downtown Pittsburgh.
We are joined by Tile at the desk to talk further about what Cleveland has in store.
Yeah, so right now we got Cleveland. They're wondering what they're going to do here. Now, after my last appearance on here, I was thinking they don't know what they're doing. Now, they had roughly about 10 minutes to think about what they want to do. And honestly, they're going to go O-line here. Now, I'm not pretending to go O-line early, but I think with the way the draft is going, pretty soon we're going to get a lot of O-line picks coming up. And I think their best option is to go to the tackle, which is Spencer Fano out of Utah. I think right now with having a young quarterback and Shedeur Sanders, and then you have a guy who's coming off an Achilles injury in Deshaun Watson, you should go right off that O-line and beef it up some more.
So with the Browns maybe taking that lineman, do you think that Francis Mauigoa is now in play? I mean, I don't think a lot of us thought that he would maybe fall at this point. Do you think maybe the Browns kind of go off script and go with probably the best tackle in the draft?
Yes, I could see that happening, but I honestly think that they're going to trust. They had a visit with Fano, and then the combine they liked him. This is a guy that was on the top of their list going into the draft. So right now, I think they're going to go with what they trust and what they feel like, which is in Spencer.
Yeah, I wholeheartedly agree that they are going to go O-line. You traded back because you were in doubt, because you didn't really know what you want to do. And in my opinion, you go O-line when you don't know what you want to do in the first round. That's what you pick because it's the sure shot. You can get a guy who can walk in day one, be an immediate impact. You gave up over 50 sacks last year, 7th in the NFL, and your defense was one of the best in football in a yards per game allowed basis. You could really attack that offensive side of the ball and try to develop this new offense around Shedeur Sanders and get him a line.
Agreed. I think with Browns being one of the worst passing offenses, you're going to get a guy who was honestly the best pass blocking tackle coming out of the draft. I think this would be a great fit for Cleveland.
Well, thank you so much, Ryan. But now the pick is in. So with the 9th overall pick, the Cleveland Browns select Spencer Fano, an offensive tackle. What do you guys think of this? I know Ryan just mentioned him, but how do you think this will better suit the Browns here?
I mean, I love it for the Browns. Like we said, you're in doubt, you go O-line. This is the team that needed O-line to begin with anyway. And I like going tackle as well because if your tackle doesn't really play out the way you want him to, you always have the option to move him inside on the line. If you're going to go and you're going to go interior line with the pick, it's really hit or miss with that because if he doesn't pan out, you could try moving him to center, but that's a hard move. Try switching him to the other side of the line. There's a lot less you can do. An offensive tackle, a guy who's going to come in and make an immediate impact, that's going to be Fanu. And it was a guy they interviewed before. Clearly, they were, contemplating with that 6th pick. You trade back, you get an extra pick, and you still get a guy that you wanted. It's a win in the draft, early in the draft for the Cleveland Browns.
I think this is going to set the Cleveland Browns up for good. They desperately need more structure with this, and I think this is going to push them far. Hopefully protect Shedeur Sanders and be able to make them a contending team because it's been a hot minute since they've been a contending team.
And not even just in the pass blocking game. I'm with the running game because you had Nick Chubb really running.
Yeah.
They were a run-first team for a while, and they had a very dominant running game. That was behind a great O-line, and they really fostered that offensive line for years, and it kind of has slipped recently. Let's see them start to build that back up starting now.
Yeah, and I think this is best case scenario, especially because Cardinal Tate went so early. I don't think we expect that to go in line. I think is the best move for sure. Moving forward, the University of Indiana is pumping out draft prospects like no other. Marcus is back to fill us in.
You help me a lot. You're amazing. You're so sweet. You don't have to tell me that, though. It's okay.
Good evening, Hoosiers fans. Indiana head coach Curt Cignetti sent 9 players to the NFL draft. And if you thought the first pick was a surprise, wait till you see who's still on the board. Fernando Mendoza, Heisman Trophy winner, national champion. Not still waiting for his name to be called, as he went to the Las Vegas Raiders. And as the Jets burn through their 8-minute clock at number 2, here's the thing. Mendoza's got talented teammates, and none of them have heard their names called yet, either. Cignetti turned 3-star recruits into the Avengers of college football. No name brand firepower, just blue-collar swagger, Pittsburgh style. Omar Cooper Jr., overtime catch of the year against Penn State. Second-round buzz, ran a 4.42 at the Combine. Aiden Fisher, All-American linebacker, 95 tackles. Roman Hemby, 1,100 yards, led the Hoosiers to a title. D'Angelo Pons, one of my favorites. Shutdown corner, 7 picks, day 2 lock. All of those names, all those stats, all of them watching the first round from a couch somewhere. Mendoza might still be waiting. He's not. But he's not waiting alone. That's Cignetti's Avengers, not built in a lab, built in a locker room. A locker room that believed. Now to Robert Fornatero, who fills us in on the last time that the NFL draft was hosted in Pittsburgh, nearly 78 years ago. Robert?
The NFL draft as we know it is expected to bring hundreds of thousands of people to the city of Pittsburgh in 2026. But nearly 80 years ago in this building right behind me, it looked completely different.
In 1947, the NFL was just 28 years old. There was only 10 teams, no television coverage, and football wasn't even America's favorite sport, baseball was. World War II had also recently strained their rosters, and the draft was far from a spectacle. It was a private, closed-door meeting.
So they're kind of sequestered in these offices in the Fort Pitt Hotel, downtown Pittsburgh, doing this draft, and nobody's there covering it. Nobody knows what's going on. It's only afterwards the news will begin to kind of leak out of who's your number one draft choice, what's going to happen.
But the craziest part was that the draft wasn't even supposed to be in Pittsburgh. It was originally scheduled for Chicago, however the meeting was moved because 2 of the league's 10 owners were already here for a game. So instead they met in the Steelers' offices at the Fort Pitt Hotel. They drafted 300 players over 32 rounds, and it took 13 hours. And even then, fans didn't immediately know who was picked.
It's very secretive because of the competition with the All-American Football Conference. After the draft, Art Rooney Sr., the owner of the Steelers, doesn't even tell people who he's drafted because every player that they've targeted is also going to be targeted by this competing league. So they want to hold on to information. They want to have a chance to negotiate and sign players. And they're trying to do it in an environment of almost secrecy. So some teams release their draftees, but the Steelers actually held on to that information.
Why the secrecy? At the time, the NFL was competing with another league for players, and teams feared their draft picks could be stolen. Players also weren't celebrities either, and many chose different careers entirely. Fast forward to 2026, and instead of 10 owners in an office, Pittsburgh is preparing to welcome hundreds of thousands of fans. The draft will stretch across multiple days, and television cameras will broadcast it worldwide. And here's another twist. Pittsburgh didn't just host an early draft, it helped invent the modern one.
So the things you see today, the worst team picks first, all the way back to the least, that's all figured out here in Pittsburgh in 1935. It's born here. And that really comes from people like the chief, Art Rooney Sr., the owner of what was then the Pittsburgh Pirates, now the Steelers, recognizing that he's losing money and he's losing games. And if he's going to stay in this business and survive, he's got to have some opportunity to get some of the better players to come to Pittsburgh.
So as you make plans for the draft, remember Pittsburgh isn't just hosting it, it's showcasing how far the game and the city have come. Reporting from the Heinz History Center, I'm Robert Fornatero.
Now that the Giants have their pick, I'm kind of curious to see, they already drafted an Ohio State defensive guy. Are they going to double down and maybe take Caleb Downs? I mean, I feel like that fits a need. They need more defense. I don't know. What do you guys think?
I mean, Caleb Downs is just a versatile guy, just like, once again, one of those football player type of guys on that Ohio State defense. And you already saw them get Arvell Reese earlier in the draft. I think he fell a little bit to 5. But if it's Caleb Downs, I don't mind them addressing the defense again. You had single-digit interceptions last year. This is a guy who can just ball hawk for you at the very least. But the one thing I'm thinking is it's very hard to make an immediate impact as a rookie in the secondary. It's hard. It's like one of the hardest positions to adapt to, the offensive schemes in the NFL from college, the just talent at receiver. So I also like the idea of the Giants going with an offensive lineman or with a skilled position player to help accelerate Dart, something that can be more of an immediate impact type of guy.
All week, us Point Park students have been engaging in remote learning. Edmi Idalis and Lucas Strickland spoke to some pioneers about their draft effects on their education.
The draft is expected to bring high levels of traffic in Pittsburgh, and with that, Point Park decided to host classes virtually. I spoke with fellow students and got their input on how they have been affected.
I will be on campus for 2 days of the draft. The first day I will not be there.
Originally, I was actually going to go off campus because of how hectic it was going to be, and we're online, but made the decision, hey, like this, the draft is going to be less than the 20-minute walk, so I'm going to stay, see like all the activities and stuff. So yeah, it's gonna be a lot of fun, and I'm definitely staying.
I plan to go home during the draft.
I plan on working for the draft, so I don't know how much free time I will have, but my family will be in town, so I'm excited to spend it with them.
I will not be doing anything with the draft. I will just be hanging out, and I'm excited. As being from Pittsburgh, it's just a super exciting experience altogether, so I'm just excited to see my city and the things that will happen with it.
But there's going to be a lot of stuff to do around campus, obviously, and around Pittsburgh. It's all walking distance away. What I'm most excited for isn't really the draft itself, but to check out the Point and that area, because I hear there's going to be fanatics in the NFL, and there's going to be a boatload of tents and prizes and games and just a bunch of stuff down there. So I'm excited to check that out.
I have to go to a wedding unrelated to all of this during the draft week, but I will most likely still be on campus and checking assignments because my professors are still leaving little things for us to do.
I just want to be here, front row, probably wear my Steelers gear and hope they don't draft Ty Simpson.
I'm Edmia Dallas, tossing it back to the studio for more updates on the draft.
That all being said, now the pick is in. With the 10th overall pick, the New York Giants select Francis Mauigoa, an offensive lineman. So they did end up going with the offensive line route, like you said, Gabe. What are your thoughts about this pick for the Giants?
I mean, this is a guy who is very big and very quick, 6'5", 330, but he can get out to an anchor against pass rushers. But another thing that I had said earlier was that I like offensive tackles because they can move inside to guards. And I think that's where he's going to start. I think he's going to start at guard week 1 for the Giants, and his versatility, his size, he can play interior, he can play out because he's quick, and I really like this pick just as a versatile piece for the Giants and a blocking piece for Dart.
Yeah, he's going to be a very good and good quality block for Dart because Jackson Dart does need the structure. I mean, that's one of the things that's going to boost him. He's just going into his 2nd year, and he's going to do phenomenal with it.
Yeah, and I think the Giants, I think they really took their best player available. I don't think they would have thought Mauigoa would have went this far. I mean, some people thought maybe he'd go 3 of the Cardinals. So getting arguably the best, if not one of the best offensive linemen at this point in the draft, I mean, I think that's the move right there.
Yeah, you never miss with offensive line. And once again, this is a guy who can walk in, be a day 1 starter. You're happily going to take that. And you already got that, defensive impact player earlier in the draft. So this allows you to be a little bit more cautious with this pick right here. Grab someone who you know can impact your team, help your team in a positive light right off the rip, and that's this guy right here, this pick right here.
Heading into the league new year, the Miami Dolphins came out saying that they were planning on moving on from quarterback Tua Tagovailoa with a June 1st designation. Tagovailoa was a 2021 pick overall for the Dolphins out of University of Alabama. In his first 6 seasons with the Dolphins, he had 78 career games, 71 starts, 1 Pro Bowl selection, 4-time team captain, and 1 postseason appearance. After 6 seasons, the team saw his declining performance, high injury rate, and high turnover rate as decided to move on. So where's the team now? During free agency, the Dolphins signed quarterback Malik Willis to a 3-year deal worth $67.5 million. Willis, who was drafted to the Tennessee Titans in 2022, played for the Green Bay Packers the last 2 seasons. Although he had limited action while in Green Bay over the last 2 years, he is far from the raw rookie that the Titans drafted. Before this, the Dolphins had 2025 7th-round pick Quinn Ewers, who was still on their roster, whose numbers were modest to say the least. Former head coach Mike McDaniel suggested Ewers could compete for the starting job, which is the same opinion that new head coach Jeff Hafley has going into the season. But with questions still surrounding the position, one thing is clear. Miami is entering a new era, and how it plays out could define the franchise for years to come.
Now with the Dolphins here selecting at 11, I mean, there's so many different things they could go with. I thought cornerback right away. I don't know if they would take McCoy here. I thought maybe if Delane were to fall, but I think they do need a receiver as well. I'm not really sure what they're thinking here.
I mean, I kind of think it depends on how they're developing this new offense. In a Mike McDaniel offense, it's a no-doubter you go receiver. This is a guy who's predicated on getting speed, getting down the field, running those crossing routes, and you need the personnel and the speed to do that. So I would have liked them to take a receiver if he was still there. But with a new coaching staff or new regime, it's really going to this pick is really going to tell you which way the Dolphins are leaning, which side of the ball they go. They want to establish as their new identity. So I think that, like you said, they might go corner here, try to bolster that side of the ball that has been lacking in a position that has also been lacking since Ramsey's left. We're going to see how they attack this. It's going to be interesting.
Well, I want to hold your guys' thought because we just got confirmation that the Dolphins ended up trading their 11th pick to the Cowboys for the 12th and 2 5th-rounders. I mean, so now this kind of changes their whole thought process.
Yes, it does.
So what are we thinking with the Cowboys? How are they going to attack this?
Well, I'm thinking if the Cowboys traded up, the only reason they would do so is because they thought Miami might take down. So I'm thinking that they're trying to go sweep that off of their hands and really get a guy they believe in and will be a playmaker on a last year terrible defense. So he'll be a guy that can be high impact off the rip, and I think that they see that and they're going to go get that.
Yeah, I agree. And with Caleb Downs, I mean, to me, I keep saying this, I didn't think he'd fall as well at 212. So Cowboys, this is a premier spot for them to take the best safety in the draft. I mean, to fix that secondary and to get someone that I think can have an immediate impact right away, especially for a team like the Cowboys. I think this would work if they were to go that route.
Yeah, and it's an Isaiah Simmons-like player where he's not just a safety. And like we've been talking about these Ohio State defenders, a football player that you can move around, put in different positions. You can put him as like a sub linebacker in some packages. You can put him in nickel corner in some packages, run him high as a single safety. There's a lot you can do with this guy. He can cover a lot of field, so I'm super excited to see how he transforms this Dallas defense.
Yes.
We have Edmi Idalis in the studio to tell us the team's strategy for their first round picks. Edmi?
For the first time since 2008, the Dallas Cowboys have 2 first-round picks, now 11th and then 20th via the Green Bay Packers Micah Parsons trade. When it comes to the Cowboys, they usually target offensive linemen, and with this draft, it's not too far of a reach to think that they would go for one again. However, when looking at the stats from last season, the Cowboys ended with one of the worst defenses in the league, ranking 30th overall and dead last in passing defense. With that in mind, the Cowboys would highly benefit from defensive picks. The positions they should be targeting are a cornerback, safety, edge rusher, and linebacker. Most mock drafts seem to follow this trend, with many predicting the Cowboys to focus heavily on defense. Some names that continue to pop up are safety Caleb Downs from Ohio State, edge rusher Ruben Bain Jr. from Miami, linebacker Sonny Styles from Ohio State, and cornerback Jermod McCoy from Tennessee. Downs and McCoy would be good picks to help tighten up their secondary, and to enhance their pass rush and fill the void that Micah Parsons left, Bain would be an ideal pick. Whether or not the Cowboys follow this line of thought remains to be seen. But regardless of what happens, you can always count on the draft being full of surprises.
Now, speaking of Cowboys, their pick is now in. With the 11th overall pick, the Dallas Cowboys select safety Caleb Downs. And I know we all talked about this being a possibility. This was best case scenario for this Dallas Cowboys team for sure.
I think this is going to change the Cowboys. I honestly do. They needed a good safety, and they got their good safety.
Yeah, I'm interested, because I didn't see the exact trade package they gave up to move up that one spot. But in doing so, you secured and just made sure that you got a guy that is going to transform your defense from a plethora of different ways. He's basically a good insurance guy because he can play different positions in different packages. At the very worst, he'll be a secondary player, and that's off the rip. So he's going to come in, be an impact guy, a ball hawk. He reads eyes of quarterbacks extremely well, and I think that he has a lot of tools, traits that'll help this Dallas Cowboys team really go from the bottom of the pack just up the rankings this year.
Yes.
Yeah, and you look at the Dolphins trading down. It's kind of interesting, but I sort of get it, right? I feel like they need secondary either way. I know you're giving that up, trading down and not able to select Caleb Downs. But now you can get Jermod McCoy if you really want to, and you can get more draft picks to supplement a roster that on paper is not looking good for the 2026 season.
Yeah, I like their idea of trading down to get more picks. I almost always like that in a draft, to be honest with you. But I don't think that they're trying to address the secondary moving down. I think that, like we talked about earlier, they're going to go with a more safe pick in the insurance pick. They moved down because they likely went to go O-line. So we're going to see what they do here.
After the break, the Miami Dolphins make their pick. Don't go anywhere.
I'm Victor Stagnero, CEO of the National Fallen Firefighters Foundation, and I want to invite you to be part of something we call Light the Night. From April 26th through May 3rd, communities across the country will light in red. Each red light is a reminder that their loved one is not forgotten. Together, let's make the country glow red. Visit firehero.org to learn how you can take part.
Gerald the Fish. What about like Joaquin Bartholomew?
Joaquin Bartholomew.
Yeah. See ya.
See ya. Joaquin Bartholomew. What? How did you think of that?
I have no idea. Since we gave him that title, he should honestly be the king of the pond.
King of the pond.
Yeah.
He's out there somewhere.
For real.
You want this one?
Oh yeah, nice.
All right.
I mean, we got Dallas Downs, Caleb the Cowboy. Matt, you're a Cowboys fan. How are we feeling about a playmaker on that defense?
Man, did not expect this one, let me tell you. I did not expect Caleb Downs to fall to them in the 11th spot. I thought he could have gone to Washington, to New Orleans. I am ecstatic right now. That secondary, chopped cheese. It was one of the worst secondaries I've ever seen in the history of football. I've never seen a team look more able to score at such a high level and just not be able to win a football game. Like, that offense is one of the best offenses, was the leading point scorer last year, and you missed the playoffs. Embarrassing. Caleb Downs could literally be the reason this team wins a playoff game, because now you have secondary help. You still have to add more defense. They might approach at the 20 spot, but man, I'm so ecstatic that Caleb Downs is the Cowboy.
Yeah, and to me, I didn't think that Downs would fall out of the top 10, but then you look at some of the picks, right? I mean, Jordan Tyson going to the Saints, then Spencer Fano, some guys that maybe we weren't sure if they'd be top 10 picks or not, but then arguably the best lineman fell in the laps of the Giants, so they had to take him. So Caleb Downs, right for the taking for the Cowboys. I mean, I know you risk things trading up, but I think with the amount of draft picks the Cowboys have, I think this was worth it for sure.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of teams going a lot of different positions than we had thought or anticipated coming in, and it just causes, you to get to keep rooting for your guy going from OSU to Dallas, and he's going to make, in my opinion, similar impact with that. It's his instincts on the ball. It's his ability to break on the ball, and that's going to be something that forces turnovers off the rip, and it's going to be something that just allows him to stick with the elite talent, athleticism receivers that the NFL has in that boost. So we're going to see how he impacts right away.
Yeah, Dolphins next. That team, very, very interesting. Struggling at the quarterback position. They end up going with Malik Willis. Tua Tagovailoa leaves, goes to who else, Gabe?
Oh, he goes to the Atlanta Falcons, you know it.
Yeah, so the Dolphins are in an interesting spot. They got a lot of picks, though, from that Jalen Waddle deal. I actually think that you could argue that they won that trade. So for the Dolphins now picking at the 12th spot, I don't think they lose anything from going down to 12, because I think that this team might want to lose and try to get into a draft class, be higher in a draft class next year that has more quarterbacks and has probably better offensive weapons.
Well, you didn't lose the trade because you wouldn't have traded down if you wanted Caleb Downs. I'm pretty sure we all knew that Dallas was going to go Downs whenever they were trading up there. And like you said, they're going to be rebuilding around Willis. So you kind of have to attack some offense here a little bit. I mean, it's just a blank roster, and maybe they are trying to lose. But I still think you can get a piece for your future right here on the offensive end. Maybe they go line. Maybe they'll go with a receiver since Waddle left, like you said. And I just think that Malik Willis is going to have something to build around. So let's attack that right now.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think that Miami just needs so much right now.
Oh, absolutely. But now for the Dolphins, the pick is in. With the 12th overall pick, the Miami Dolphins select Caden Proctor, a lineman. So they did go, again, with the lineman route. I wasn't, like, I know I mentioned secondary, but once again, like you've said plenty of times, Gabe, offensive line is the safest spot. And with a rebuilding team, I think this was the right move.
And even with offensive line being the safest spot, you might have got one of the safest offensive linemen in this class. The biggest dude, 6'6", over 350. He went to Alabama. I mean, that's like football U over the last this century. So, and you know that this guy's going to come out, bring those, like, he has the technical skill that you learned from going to Alabama for 4 years and being in that program. So he's going to have that. He has the size of that he's bringing in. He's going to be an immediate impact guy, like we talk about that offensive line. No exception here.
Yeah, I completely agree. As I said, I think when you're a rebuilding team, getting an offensive lineman is so safe because you need to establish that offensive line before you even try to continue to win anything. There are thousands of people traveling into the city for the weekend, which means that the Pittsburgh International Airport is going to be packed. Alyssa Mandarak has more on this.
700,000 people expected to arrive into the city of Pittsburgh for the NFL Draft. The Pittsburgh International Airport will be a main hub of transportation for guests not local to the region. So that's why I'm here asking people today to see how they feel and how they're going to prepare for the draft.
Pittsburgh International Airport is only months into its new facilities that took years of planning and construction and cost over $1.5 billion. It officially opened in November of last year, which has given workers, travelers, and Pittsburgh residents an opportunity to adjust to the major changes that have been made. Brianna Salmon landed in Pittsburgh for the first time for a Humane Society conference and is loving what Pittsburgh air travel has to offer.
This is my first time, and I am so impressed because I have flown into many airports, national and international, and I am very impressed. Somebody did a good job.
While commuters are enjoying the enhanced spaces, the current partial government shutdown is impacting security checkpoints and TSA. PIT is just one of the many airports that have deployed immigration and customs enforcement officers to assist with low staffing. This is creating anxiety among not only U.S. residents, but people flying internationally as well.
As far as flying, it's been really smooth. One of my daughters says, "Mom, be careful. Please be careful." You know, she goes, "What if ice sees you?" And I say, "Well, if I see ice or ice sees me, I say, 'Hi, ice.'" And then, and that's it.
Despite these fears, it seems that people are excited for what the draft has to offer to Pittsburgh.
I'm sure it's great for the city. It's definitely going to be a challenge, I think. Even when we're in town for baseball games and things, it can get pretty crazy with just the people, that are just coming to one game,
With tens of millions of dollars invested into Pittsburgh hosting the draft, city officials hope for a generation of over $120 million into the region's economy.
That would be great for the city and great for the airport to see how it accommodates all this traffic. If you have small businesses, small restaurants, small this or whatever hotels that may have some type of benefit like breakfast included, the basic, I think that would be great for the city.
As we've seen in court today, spirits are high ahead of draft day. I'm Melissa Mandarak reporting at the Pittsburgh International Airport.
We are at pick number 13, and the Los Angeles Rams are now on the clock. The Rams, well, they came up one drive short of the Super Bowl stage just last season. Yet, they come onto the clock for the 13th overall pick in the 2026 draft. As of recent, the Rams have been passing out their prize picks in favor of short-term superstars. But this year, well, they have flipped that script. Instead of dropping out of the first round, they're jumping up in the order. Los Angeles will select in the slot of the Atlanta Falcons. Why, you ask? Let's rewind 1 year. Having already selected, the Falcons felt the need to double down in the first round of last year's draft. Los Angeles aided them by providing their 26th overall slot, which Atlanta would use to select Tennessee edge rusher James Pierce Jr. In exchange, the Falcons parted ways with their first-round rights for this year's draft. Pierce Jr. would become the first rookie since Micah Parsons with both double-digit sacks in a season as well as a sack in 5 straight Sundays. But to the delight of the dealing Los Angeles Rams, it did not translate to the win column for the Falcons, finishing 2025 at 8-9, and the Rams' patience pays off. They go from picking 26th up to 13th by pausing for a year. Now, already a team with arm's length of the Lombardi Trophy, the Rams reload their roster with 7 odd picks clustered throughout the 2026 NFL Draft. But the first of those is a heavy hitter courtesy of the Atlanta Falcons. Flying up to the 13th overall pick, on the clock and up next in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Rams are picking next. So it's going to be interesting what they go do here. A team that was really close to winning the Super Bowl champions, toughest competitors this year, yet they're in the top half of the draft because of this trade.
Yeah, I want to say, first of all, sigh of relief that James Pierce Jr., we know he was kind of fighting some issues, some off-the-field actions that he had. Very, very relieving for the Falcons that you didn't trade that pick, and then James Pierce Jr. is able to play. But for the Rams, for me, I think they have to go just someone alongside Puka Nacua, like a wide receiver, or maybe just an offensive line depth or some defensive, because they're in such a good spot.
Yeah, and with some things going on with Puka Nacua, I think wide receiver is the best bet because you just don't know the future of what that's going to hold. And I don't know, it'll be interesting because you don't have many years left of Stafford. I'm curious to see if they supplement with a weapon or maybe they try to protect them more. Like, there's a lot of ways the Rams can go with this one.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be, this is depth pick territory. I think we all know that. This was a team that was loaded up. You're not going to bring in anybody and expect them to just walk in and be an impactful starter immediately. So I like them going with depth on maybe the D-line. You can go with depth in the secondary. Maybe even if you want to go depth at running back, if you want to go like something over there, that along those lines. Let's see what the Rams shoot for here, what they go with, but it's going to be a cushion piece for sure.
Oh, absolutely. But now the Rams pick is in. With the 13th overall pick, the Los Angeles Rams select Ty Simpson, quarterback.
What?
Wow.
That is a
I
pick
cannot
of all
believe
time.
that. Yeah,
that is interesting. I mean, you
Wow.
were gifted a top end first round pick, and you're gonna go with QB depth here when you have Matt Stafford, a guy who put up MVP numbers last year. He is old, of course he is, but you're gonna use your first round pick in this quarterback class.
This screams the Jordan Love situation, basically, where you had an aging Aaron Rodgers in Green Bay, and you can kind of now have Ty Simpson develop behind You can have him develop behind Matt Stafford. So I guess the Rams are just aiming for the future. They don't believe that they need to add an immediate starter to this team. I did not. This is unreal. None of us. Ryan had it Ty Simpson higher than I thought anyone else would, let alone this high. Wow. That's all I gotta say. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think anybody saw this coming from the Rams. And I mean, we knew they had this pick. I don't think anybody had Ty Simpson going top 13. And if they had him in the top 13, it wasn't going to be to number 13, the Los Angeles Rams, established team. This is going to be interesting to see how they develop from here.
Well, let's send things back to one of our on-site reporters.
Back here at the NFL Draft Experience, we wanted to show you some of the fun games that are available for fans to participate in. As you just saw, they have an opportunity for fans to kick a field goal, test their abilities. And then over here, there's an opportunity for fans to test their speed with a 40-yard dash. And I also wanted to point out an awesome visual thing that they have down here. Up on the Wyndham Hotel, they are projecting what teams are on the clock. And as you can see right here, when the pick is in for each team. And I assume that they're going to project the prospect that is drafted to that team. So as we can expect with the Oakland Raiders, they're probably going to project Fernando Mendoza up there shortly. We're having a lot of fun down here at the NFL Draft Experience, guys.
Now to reporter Anaya Sierra to tell us about the Baltimore Ravens and their plan for this year's draft. Anaya?
The Ravens hold the overall 14th pick in the first round, along with multiple selections in rounds 2 through 7, including compensatory picks. The Ravens' spot within the first round gives them an advantage, with prospects who are worthy of top 10 picks and end up being successful steals. This was the case for three-time All-Pro safety Kyle Hamilton at number 14 overall. Last season, the Ravens had an 8-9 record in the 2025 NFL, finishing in last place in the AFC North Division. For the Ravens to bring back their, quote, powerhouse contender, end quote, title, Baltimore is prioritizing key positions, including offensive and defensive line, reinforcements, edge rushers, wide receivers, and depth at cornerback and tight end. In the first round of the mock draft, defensive tackle at Clemson, Peter Woods, is a former 4-star recruit who posted run defense and pass rush grades above 70.0 with overall grades north of 83.0 as a freshman and sophomore. His foot quickness and ability to catch offensive linemen off guard as a pass rusher make him capable of landing a spot on the defensive line, and a good fit alongside Ravens defense lineman Travis Jones.
Ravens in a pretty confident spot. I think that they are a team that's kind of battled injuries. I don't want to say the full reason that they struggled last year was because of injuries, but I do fully believe that Lamar's injury early on in the season, I think if he doesn't get hurt, they probably take that AFC North title. So I think that they can really go with any offensive line piece, maybe a wide receiver or any really defensive depth. I think that they can go. They really can't go wrong with this pick for me.
Yeah, and it's interesting what they do here. I thought maybe potentially they could go receiver, but there's some receivers that they have on visits that I don't think they'll draft this high. I could see interior lineman with Vega Ioane, but like it'll be interesting to see what they go with here.
I mean, I would love to see them get a receiver. It doesn't need to be with this pick, but you want depth at that receiver position. You need to get Lamar like a real, like bona fide pass catcher at some point. Zay Flowers is nice, but he's never had a real receiving threat. What we talked about with the offensive line, though, I think that they had one of the worst guard duos in all of football last year. I think interior line makes sense. People have been saying it since before the draft, and the number 1 interior lineman is still on the board. It makes sense for them to, just stick with that right here and take a pretty safe pick for Lamar.
Well, now with the Ravens, the pick is in. With the 14th overall pick, the Baltimore Ravens select Vega Ioane. So they ended up going with what they need the most and the best player at that position.
I believe that's who I had in my mock draft. Makes total sense here. You have the only true standout interior offensive lineman in this year's draft. You mentioned it, Gabe. Good analysis. Their interior offensive line. You got to protect a guy that can run like Lamar Jackson. I think, especially with Derrick Henry in the backfield, I think that this is easily the right pick.
Yeah, Derrick Henry also progressed last year, so you want to open up some more holes for him. We've talked about the passing game, but in the running game as well, this is going to be helpful for them. And this was the pick to make, so don't overcomplicate it. Don't go grab something you don't need. This is a team that has playmakers on the defensive end. So you can, go with that later, bolster that later in the draft. The line is where it's at right now, and that's what they go.
Yeah, and as a Steeler fan, I was fully prepared that if he were to fall, I think Vega would have been a Steeler just because they need interior offensive linemen with Seumalo leaving, and I mean, he's a Penn State guy. Steelers like their hometown guys, their NFL, sons and everything like that. So I was fully preparing that. For the Ravens, this is excellent. They get to protect that interior offensive line, and they can have someone to block for Derrick Henry, which is great. So. Ryan Quinn is in the studio to tell us about the biggest draft day trades in NFL history. Ryan?
Every football fan knows the movie Draft Day. Sonny Weaver wheeling and dealing on some questionable trades, but in the end, it all worked out. Now, some draft day trades have that same fortune, but others may have some that they will regret for the rest of their lives. So let's look at some of the biggest that have happened in the history of the NFL draft. Recently, the biggest is back in 2017, where the Chiefs traded up for this quarterback named Patrick Mahomes. I'm sure you all know him. In turn, the Bills traded down, and while they have their franchise QB, maybe if Mahomes went to another team, the Bills might actually have a championship ring instead of sitting on the sidelines. A team that did win a championship against Mahomes and the Chiefs is the Eagles, which had A.J. Brown traded to them in the first round back in 2022. With the Titans attempting to replace him with Treylon Burks, a lot more of a lopsided trade between the two teams. What might be even more lopsided is back in 1989 with the Saints sending close to an entire draft class to Washington for Ricky Williams. Big swing and a miss there, but they got a ring and Washington doesn't. There are many more trades that have defined teams' legacies. The 49ers with Jerry Rice, the swap with Eli Manning and Phillip Rivers, Emmitt Smith with the Cowboys, and Troy Polamalu with our very own Steelers. With this draft, we've already seen ones with the Chiefs and the Cowboys, so we'll see how they show up. But hindsight, it's 2020, and only time will tell.
So the Bucs, one of the biggest fall-offs last year. They started off red hot. I heard a lot of people saying that they could win the NFC. They end up dropping completely out of it. So I think that personally, with them losing Mike Evans and with them kind of struggling, Chris Godwin's injuries, I could see them kind of going wide receiver, but I could also see them adding a weapon. I have them drafting Kenyon Sadiq. I think that I don't think they need tight end that bad, but I don't think they're going to want to pass up on a weapon like that.
I mean, he is a bona fide weapon, and I like that you said a tight end, because when you were starting to list off that you think that they're going to replace a pass catcher, I was thinking you're going to go receiver, and I was going to say Ibuka showed obviously that great start last year, and Tez Johnson was another guy they got late in the draft out of Oregon, and he was pretty productive for them. And I think that they don't need to address the wide receiver right now, even with Mike Evans leaving, a staple of your franchise. I like them to go somewhere else with this pick and bolster the rest of their roster. You can get pass catchers, a deep wide receiver draft on day 2. Let's see what they do right here, though.
And let's welcome back Delay to get his thoughts on this Bucs pick.
So what I would like the Buccaneers to do is that their tight end core doesn't even exist anymore. And they were one of the worst tight end cores in the entire league. And when you got a guy like Kenyon Sadiq coming out of Oregon on the board, I think you got to address that now. I mean, if you look at what happened to the Bucs last year, they lost their receiver 1, 2, and 3 at some point in the season and had no one else to throw to because then again, like I said, their tight end room was non-existent. So having Kenyon Sadiq gives Baker Mayfield yet another option to throw to.
Now, with that being said, if they don't decide to go tight end, which could be a possibility, it depends what they're going to do here. Do you think maybe edge help or something on the defensive line would make sense for the Buccaneers?
Yes, I think they should be going the edge. They were a problem last year. Yes, they had some some injuries on the D-line. But their problem was they couldn't set the edge, which allowed the run game for the opposite team to hit the outside and go for big yardage. So they need to find somebody who can set the perimeter and keep everything in the inside where they can get scooped up easily.
I really like your analysis of that. I mean, everyone talks about Tom Brady going there and winning the ring, but when you had Shaq Barrett and JPP on the bookends, Mahomes was running for his life the entire Super Bowl. Setting the edge is the difference in the NFL, in this league. So getting an edge rusher, like Ryan said, it's a good shot for them here.
Absolutely. And now with the Buccaneers, the pick is in.
Yeah, I saw that.
With the 15th overall pick, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Ruben Bain, an edge rusher. And I'm so happy someone finally took him. Immediately, like early on in this show, I thought that he was one of the best players in this draft, and to get him at 15, I think is really good for the Buccaneers who need to protect that edge.
Yeah, All-American pass rusher. We know why he dropped a little bit, but this was a guy who he really was one of the reasons Miami elevated so hard this season, and I really like them. Like we talked about, going edge here, setting that edge, and Bain's going to come in and do that for them. So good pick for Tampa Bay.
Yeah, although I think that they could have used some offensive depth, Ryan and I both had them drafting Sadiq. I do totally think that it is going to benefit them because their defense wasn't great last year. And last time that they were in a big game, it was with Brady, but they just had an elite offensive line and an elite defense.
Well, after the break, more on the Bucs and new picks from the New York Jets and Detroit Lions. We'll be right back.
I'm Victor Stagnero, CEO of the National Fallen Firefighters Foundation, and I want to invite you to be part of something we call Light the Night. From April 26th through May 3rd, communities across the country will light in red. Each red light is a reminder that their loved one is not forgotten. Together, let's make the country glow red. Visit firehero.org to learn how you can take part.
Gerald the Fish.
What about like Joaquin Bartholomew?
Joaquin Bartholomew.
Yeah. See ya.
See ya. Joaquin Bartholomew. What? How do you think of that?
I have no idea. Since we gave him that title, he should honestly be the king of the pond.
King of the pond.
Yeah.
He's out there somewhere.
For real.
You want this one?
Oh yeah, nice.
All right.
Welcome back. The New York Jets have become synonymous with one word in today's NFL: purgatory. Stuck between rebuilding and contending, the franchise has struggled to find direction, especially when it comes to the most important position, that of course being quarterback. Year after year, the Jets have invested high draft picks into talent, only to see inconsistent development and constant turnover. From highly touted prospects to short-term veteran fixes, nothing has truly stabilized the organization. This cycle has created a perception around the league that the Jets are a place where potential goes to stall rather than thrive. What makes the situation even more concerning is the growing narrative among college prospects. Some players are reportedly hesitant about landing in New York, fearing instability, coaching changes, and lack of long-term vision. Whether fully true or not, perception can quickly become reality in professional sports. And until the Jets make big moves in the organization, they will continue to be the purgatory of the National Football League. Now, obviously, that's a lot right there for the New York Jets, and I want to get your guys' opinion on this. Obviously, this is going to be coming up pretty soon. Matt, let's go to you first.
You're not wrong. I mean, you kind of look, Zach Wilson,
yeah.
The Aaron Rodgers situation may have not have been their fault. He did get injured on the very first game of his tenure in New York, but the Zach Wilson thing, he had one nice throw at the combine. Sure, he was good coming out of BYU. Like, he was good, but he had that combine throw, and then the Jets automatically jumped the gun on him. Aaron Rodgers, you pay so much money. You have to commit so much to get Aaron Rodgers. He gets injured. They might just be cursed at this point. Honestly, they might be.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't agree with you guys more. I mean, just the constant turnover in quarterback. I hate to say this, but luckily they don't have Ty Simpson available because who knows. But either way, I think depending on what the Jets will do here, I think maybe they go offense this time around, maybe. I mean, they already went defense. I know they really liked Omar Cooper Jr. They need linebacker, but it'll be interesting. So, but anyway, now for the Jets, the pick is in. With the 16th overall pick, the New York Jets select Kenyon Sadiq, and I mean, it's kind of crazy. I did not expect them to go tight end, but he is the best tight end, and they need some offense. So I don't blame them getting a pass catcher.
You know, this isn't fantasy football. I understand Mason Taylor, if we opened up their fantasy football app, might have looked like he was a decent tight end. Let's be real here. The Jets, they needed a tight end. They needed everything on the offensive side. I understand that Mason Taylor wasn't anything, bad when you look at his statistics, but let's be real. You have to have a weapon that's going to elevate your team, and he is the
quite literally, Garrett Wilson's good. I think Garrett Wilson actually does elevate that wide receiving core. I think Kenyon Sadiq really elevates this core, especially when you have no true future at the quarterback spot.
No, you took the words right out of my mouth, Matt. I mean, let's be honest. They need a security blanket for within this offense. And honestly, Sadiq is the best tight end that's available left in the draft. I believe this was a great move, especially for whatever quarterback they'd eventually decide to go with in the near future. This is going to be a great security blanket for him.
16 players have been picked up, but 100 remain. Connor Howard fills us in on a promising young player on the market.
Alabama quarterback Ty Simpson is an interesting name that was just recently picked with the 13th pick by the Rams. He is viewed as being the second quarterback in this draft behind Fernando Mendoza. Ty Simpson's strengths include having great accuracy over the middle of the field, having great ball placement, and having a calm pocket presence when he is under pressure. He is described as being a hard worker and being an intelligent leader who has a strong arm. His weaknesses are that he's seen as an undersized and only starting for a year in college this past season for Alabama. As a lot of teams could have been mentioned to be taking Ty Simpson, but the Rams took him with the 13th pick. The New York Jets were a team to watch for him, but the Rams took him at 13, which was a team that I don't think many people surprised him going this early in the first round. So could Ty Simpson be the answer for the Rams? As with Ty Simpson now off the board, now we are not expecting any more quarterbacks to be taken here in this first round. A surprising pick by many, as the Rams now have a potential future, as Ty Simpson will now get to sit behind Matthew Stafford for the upcoming season.
Now the North Shore looks completely rejuvenated, and Bryn Reese has all the info on a new establishment just steps away from PNC Park.
The Pittsburgh Pirates are winning ball games, and the North Shore is getting more foot traffic leading up to the NFL Draft in Pittsburgh. Part of this is thanks to Sugarbird, a brand new dining experience across from PNC Park. On the corner of West General Robinson and Mazeroski, Sugarbird prides itself on its chicken and donuts, something fans may consider a perfect game day snack. The restaurant opened before the Pirates home opener on April 2nd. Now Sugarbird has 3 windows for customers to order: a window for drinks, an ice cream window, and a self-order kiosk window for entrees and donuts. The extensive menu has not only affordable prices, but food, beverage, and treats that will surely be a hit for the entire family. Attached to the beverages window is a full covered patio for customers to enjoy their food and drink. But Sugarbird is a part of a greater initiative, the North Shore Plaza, a space that has been in the works since 2023. With hopes to become a crown jewel of the North Shore, the space features a fully equipped stage for performances or official Pirates watch game parties. The plaza kicks off its concert programming with 3 national acts during draft week. The plaza is expecting another addition with the construction of Highball Social Club, an experiential restaurant and bar set to open in the fall. I'm Bryn Reese reporting for UView Television.
For the Detroit Lions, for me, I think their biggest problem was offensive line depth. As I said, Jared Goff under pressure, not the best. I actually think he's not good when he's under pressure at all. So for me, simple offensive line for them.
No, I agree. And they really love Spencer Fano coming in, but they can't take him anymore. So I agree. I think they'll still go offensive line. I'm just curious to see what they go with here.
Yeah, I'm going offensive line with you guys too. It's going to be a clean sweep here for me.
Yeah, easily.
Well, now for the Lions, the pick is in. With the 17th overall pick, the Detroit Lions select Blake Miller, an offensive lineman. So we were right. They went offensive lineman. I did not expect Blake Miller, though. So this is an interesting pick in the top 20. What do you guys think about this?
Oh, it was the easiest choice, as I said. But there's also so many guys that are on the board that it's like we couldn't predict exactly who they were. I thought they could have gone Freeling. They could have gone Miller. They just happened. It was going to be one or the other. But we knew they were going to go offensive line. I feel like it was a lock.
Yeah, Blake Miller, honestly, this is probably the best pick for them. I mean, this is a kid coming right out of Clemson. Not so far away from where Detroit is going to be at either. So, I mean, this is going to be a pretty solid addition to the team.
Yeah, with all that being said, Dabo Swinney, he knows how to develop guys into the pros. So getting one of the safe positions in the draft at one of those programs like Clemson, even though they're not the Clemson they used to be, but they still have that pedigree where they can just get guys in the NFL. I think this is a good pick for the Lions.
Yeah, I think that this was just like exactly what they needed. They have a high-powered offense. They have so many very talented offensive pieces. It was just, can you protect Jared Goff? Can you make this offense? What can elevate this offense? Because that is, I thought honestly they could have used defense, but their defense has actually just been derailed all year due to injury. So it's like, I don't think defense is something that they necessarily need. Maybe some depth there, but the only problem is they only have one flaw in their offense, and it is their offensive line. So I think that it was a pretty good lock. But moving forward, let's now check in with our on-site reporters.
On Pittsburgh's North Shore, businesses are gearing up for one of the biggest events the city has ever hosted, the NFL Draft. And preparation is already in full swing. At Burgatory, staff are being brought in from other locations and inventory is being boosted to keep up with the expected crowds. While the North Shore restaurant is no stranger to busy game days, this is a different level. Marketing Director Meredith Thyler says the focus is on efficiency without sacrificing quality. Quote, for draft weekend, we'll be offering a limited menu featuring some of our greatest hits, built for speed and consistency so we can serve large crowds effectively while delivering that quality that we're known for. We'll also be introducing a special black and gold shake just for the occasion, end quote. Just a few steps away, the casino is preparing for a surge in foot traffic. With one of the main draft entrances located just a few hundred feet away, logistics are on top of mind. Director of Gaming Derek Peluso says planning goes beyond the gaming floor. Quote, it's going to be a challenge just from a logistical standpoint, ensuring that we have enough parking spaces, that there's going to be a smooth flow of foot traffic and access to ride shares. We're going to have to deploy a lot of resources to make sure people can get where they need to go. As the draft is now here, businesses across the North Shore are balancing opportunity with the challenge of preparing for these massive crowds.
The Minnesota Vikings are obviously going to be up next. The one position that I'm honestly looking at, guys, and I want to get your guys' opinion on this, is actually safety. I think the Minnesota Vikings could really benefit from having another guy back there in the secondary.
I have them drafting Dylan Thieneman at the 18th spot. That's who I have them drafting my mock draft, so right on with it, Austin. I do totally think that safety is their best bet here.
No, I definitely think any defensive back will work because Brian Flores really likes to attack that front seven, and they need their defensive backs to step up on one-on-one coverages. I think they have to go safety or cornerback. I mean, you need guys on an island, and I think this will work out well.
Well, because a lot of people want to call it like their offense, when in reality, the only bad thing of their offense was J.J. McCarthy and their quarterback play. Like, their offensive line wasn't bad. Their wide receivers aren't bad. Jordan Addison, Justin Jefferson. I think it's a lock that they go safety here or some sort of defensive help.
Absolutely. And with the Vikings, the pick is in. With the 18th overall pick, the Minnesota Vikings select Caleb Banks, a defensive lineman. So they don't go defensive back. And with Caleb Banks, I've seen him either go from top 15 to just completely out of the first round in the 40s. I mean, this is definitely a boom or bust type of pick for sure.
I actually hate this pick a lot. I think that I don't think their offensive line was bad enough. I truly believe that safety was their worst part of their defense. I think that their offense was, you could have added maybe an extra wide receiver or something. I think the only thing that they really needed was secondary help, and they decided to go defensive line. So I'm not like mad at this. I just think that watching his play, I don't really think that he was anything standout. I don't think he was a defensive lineman that I was completely impressed by, but that's just my opinion. I could be wrong. I hope he performs well, but for me, I think that Minnesota reached on this one.
Yeah, no disrespect whatsoever. I don't think Caleb Banks necessarily was the best move for them, but they definitely need to go secondary.
Oh, absolutely. And now Pittsburgh's Market Square has been under construction quite some time, and Megan Lukic has the latest on its improvements.
One of the most notable preparations undertaken by the city of Pittsburgh for the 2026 NFL Draft is the reconstruction of Market Square. With about 3.1 million visitors reported in 2024, Market Square became a key piece in Governor Josh Shapiro's plan to breathe new life into downtown Pittsburgh. The Market Square modernization was first announced in 2024 as a part of the $600 million strategic vision for downtown. Work on the vision began in 2025 and is expected to continue into 2028. Market Square's renovation began on April 1st, 2025 and officially hit the halfway mark on November 10th of that same year. Some of the updates include the removal of the parking lanes and cobblestone streets surrounding the area, a sound system for music and concerts, numerous commemorations for past historical events, and the beautiful new trellis right in the center of it all. On this day, workers from the Western Pennsylvania Conservancy are doing some landscaping work to add a bit of natural beauty to make the place more welcoming.
We are being funded by the Eden Hall Foundation to add hanging baskets all around Market Square and all across downtown. So these are spring hanging baskets full of flowers that'll make the city look a little brighter for the NFL Draft.
The Pittsburgh Downtown Partnership has continued to work closely with the businesses in Market Square through the renovation process. An official from the PDP told YouView, quote, "We have been providing ongoing support to Market Square businesses throughout the construction project in terms of both promotions and financial grants. Additionally, we have been working with many of the Market Square businesses to financially assist them in purchasing outdoor dining materials," end quote. The PDP also told YouView that an NFL draft-specific newsletter will be published online to inform the public about promotions and activations that downtown businesses will have during the draft. And for everyday Pittsburghers, they are looking forward to both the finished product of the renovations as well as a return to normalcy and the end of the construction as a whole.
I mean, I am hopeful that it will be beneficial to the area. I miss the farmers market that we have on Thursdays, so I'm excited for a larger space and hopefully some more opportunities for like community events and stuff. But I'm also really tired of the construction.
Following the draft, the City of Pittsburgh plans to use the new and improved Market Square for more future events. According to CBS News Pittsburgh, the revitalized space will be used for the Pittsburgh Marathon, Pride, Juneteenth, the 4th of July, and the America 250 celebration, Christmas, and the weekly farmers market, which returns in May. For YouView Television, I'm Megan Lukic.
Thank you, Ryan, for joining us yet again. The Panthers, a playoff team last year. What do you think will elevate them to the top and possibly get them even a playoff win now this year?
I think what's going to elevate the Panthers, before I had them taking something in the receiver to help Bryce Young, now I'm going to go a step further the way this draft has been going. I'm having them taking an offensive lineman here. As we know, Bryce Young, throughout the playoffs, was running with, like a chicken with his head cut off, not knowing where his receivers were because he didn't have time to react because the defensive line was already in his face throughout the entire playoff game, and especially in the back half of the NFL season. So I think the best move for the Panthers here would be going for the offensive line.
So with that being said, and I agree with your offensive line take, who do you think would be the best fit for the Panthers offensive line? I know we've seen a lot start going. What do you think they should do here?
You know, right now we're in the part of the first round where these guys who we don't really know too well. So I would like the offensive tackle from Texas A&M. He's big, he's strong. His name is blanking me right now, but I would like somebody that's at least a 6'5", 6'6", 300 pounds to be on the outside because Bryce Young was killed, especially from the left side of the offensive line.
No, I definitely agree with that. And, like, it's tough. Like, I think that either way they're going to go lineman, so I agree with you. Thank you so much, Ryan. And with that being said, the pick is now in. The 19th overall pick, the Carolina Panthers select Monroe Freeling, an offensive lineman. So once again, we're seeing a lot of these linemen go off the board. To me, I think he was probably the best available. What do you guys have to think?
I thought he was going to Detroit, honestly. Like I really did think Freeling is just one of those like top 20 pick, between the 20 and 15 range, 25 and 15 range type of offensive lineman. I think he fell into the hands of a team that wants to just try to add pieces to a young quarterback, and we saw improvements. They finally made the playoffs under Bryce Young. Bryce Young looks like he's playing better. They have a couple young guys that are playing pretty decent football. I think protecting Bryce Young and trying to improve your run game now is going to be something so beneficial to them, especially with them losing Rico Dowdle. They probably want to add an offensive line piece to increase everything, so I think that was the best pick for them.
After the break, the Cowboys make their pick, and then we head into the long-awaited decision by the city's very own Pittsburgh Steelers. Stay tuned.
Wake up and smell the coffee, Pittsburgh.
Wake up and smell the coffee, Pittsburgh.
Wake up and smell the coffee, Pittsburgh.
Wake up and smell the coffee, Pittsburgh. Daybreak starts right now.
Let's head over to Nate Shivens and Peyton Celesti, who talked to the Pittsburgh Steelers fans to get their thoughts on this year's draft. Take it away.
Steeler fans to get their thoughts on what the team should do with pick number 21 and their outlook on the 2026 season.
I'm Gerald Vaughn, Steel Cowboy from Jersey.
Kevin H. from Houston, Steel Warrior. They're going to have to take a wide out at 21 or trade up.
I think they're going to draft offensive line because they really need it right now, out of all things.
Well, I think they're going to go O-line. I think you solidify the line, and that helps your future quarterback. I think they're going to look at receiver as well. I just think there's so many that this draft is so deep at receiver. I think they're going to look at it, but I think the Penn State kid, I'm not sure how to pronounce his name. I think that guard. Yeah. I think he's the pick.
You can never have too many good wideouts or slot receivers, right? But with Broderick Jones' injury, his neck injury, you don't know where the left tackle position is going to shake out either. So, and that's the most important position on the line.
Man, I don't know. If Jones is hurt, they might need to get a lineman. I don't want a lineman. I want a receiver, but it is what it is.
At first, I was disappointed at them hiring Mike McCarthy, but then it kind of settled in. We needed a change. We needed something new. So I'm looking forward to the season.
I think Mike McCarthy will do what Tomlin did and keep the team solid. And he's a veteran, man. He's a veteran coach, and he knows what he's doing. I think that we're going to go to the playoffs. My thing is, I don't know if we're going to win a playoff game.
I'd rather us kind of be terrible instead of being the middle of the pack team for like how we've been the last 10 years, and then we could get like a top 10, top 5 pick and get a franchise quarterback. But Will Howard might be the franchise quarterback.
I think he's got to be given a shot. You got to give him a fair shot, all right? He's got a huge upside, so give him a shot. At least preseason, go for a quarterback. This year's not a great year for quarterbacks.
I think Rodgers, there's an agreement in place. I think we're all kind of there, right? Like, there's an agreement. They don't make any moves without talking to that guy. I think Will Howard sits another year, and I think Howard might be the guy they're interested in. We'll see. Having Coach McCarthy now is a little bit different, like an offensive guy versus a defensive guy. I think we'll see what he thinks. But I think he's going to work with Will this year and then make a decision for next year's draft.
Rodgers is always putting us in a place where he's waiting. Oh, I might come back, I might not. Dude, are you going to come back or not? Let Will Howard do his thing.
I want to see Will Howard this season. If he's terrible, we don't do good, you draft a quarterback next year.
All right, I'm here with an absolute legend, Brett Michaels. Huge Steeler fan.
Massive Steeler fan. The hat says it all. You have no idea how excited I am. I'm back home. You know, the Steelers look amazing. I want to welcome Mike McCarthy. I want to welcome Michael Pittman Jr. Went to school with my daughters. I got a feeling we're going to the Super Bowl. That's all I'm going to say. You know, I don't want to curse it. You never want to curse it, right? But I said, I got a feeling we're going to go to the Super Bowl. I can feel it. It's coming.
Back here, and Dallas's pick is actually gone to the division rival. They trade 20th and the 218th pick in exchange for the Eagles' 23rd pick, the 114th pick, and the 137th overall pick. The last time the Dallas Cowboys traded in the first round with the Eagles was for Micah Parsons. So it's interesting. They're actually familiar with kind of making these in-division trades. I guess they're not shying no of it today. The Eagles must see something they like.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's an insane trade. And not expect a divisional trade, especially this early in the first round. That's absolutely insane.
And I think the rumors might be true about A.J. Brown.
That's exactly what I was going to say. If they are trading up, they're going to get rid of A.J. Brown.
Yeah, I think A.J. Brown is going to go to the Patriots. I think that all that stuff they're saying, like the June 1st deadline or something like that, like when free agency really starts kicking, is like when they're going to trade A.J. Brown to the Patriots. I feel pretty solidified on that. So for me personally, I do think that the Eagles just see an option because Lemon is one guy, in my opinion, that I think has fallen a lot, so they could be seeing him up there and maybe trying to go for him. Or they could want to help that offensive line that is old and regressing. So
the pick is now in. In the 20th pick of the NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Makai Lemon, wide receiver, South Carolina. So the A.J. Brown deal has to be what's happening.
Yeah, I also think that Steelers fans are probably really upset right now because this guy was going to fall to them at 21. They had their option at 21. But the Eagles, yeah, that's what they saw. They saw this guy who I had top 10 falling down all the way to 20. They get him from their division rival. They help him out a little bit. But the Eagles, they now have a piece to replace A.J. Brown and back up Devontae Smith.
I mean, Howie Roseman back on top again, getting another wide receiver in the first round. Who would have thought? I mean, that's just insane.
He is so good at drafting.
Him and Sirianni are lethal.
Yeah.
They are lethal.
They're really, really good at just finding these Georgia guys, these Alabama guys, Jordan Davis, Jalen Carter, all of these guys that they just managed to secure. Wide receiver, Heisman winner Devontae Smith they get. Everyone's like, he's too skinny. Now he's a top player. And now what it looks like to me, A.J. Brown might be gone, so we'll keep an eye on that. But now, we know that leadership changes are pivotal to a team's success. With the Pittsburgh Steelers on the clock, that dives into this.
A new head coach does not just change a team's sideline, it reshapes the entire draft board. From scheme picks to quarterback decisions, forcing teams to rethink everything about how they build their roster. Going to this year's draft, there have been 10 new head coaches, a high turnover rate that has not happened since 2022. Mike McCarthy, who is an offensive-minded coach taking over for the Pittsburgh Steelers, means a stronger emphasis on offensive structure, quarterback play, and pass protection up front. Robert Saleh, a defensive-minded taking over for the Tennessee Titans, prioritizes edge rushers, linebackers, and building a fast, aggressive defense. But all of this goes deeper than just the position itself. A new head coach means a new coaching staff with their own evaluations, grading systems, and prototypes for what they want at each position. One of the biggest impacts comes at quarterback, where a new head coach often wants their guy to lead the system. Even if the team has a starter, that single decision can shift not only a team's draft strategy, but the entire first round. Strategy also plays a role as some coaches are hired to win immediately and may push for experienced plug-and-play contributors, while others are brought in for a rebuild that will prioritize long-term development and upside. As today's NFL continues to evolve, many new coaches are looking for versatile players who can adapt to multiple roles and counter offenses built on speed and space. All these factors combined mean that when a new head coach takes over, it's not just a fresh start, it's a complete reset of how a team evaluates talent and builds its roster. Now, Nick is telling us what is on the table for the Steelers.
The draft host Pittsburgh Steelers will have many eyes on them for who they will select in the draft this year. The Steelers have been linked to several key players in multiple different positions. The likeliest position I think they will go for is wide receiver. The players I could see the Steelers targeting included Carnell Tate, Jordan Tyson from Arizona State, potentially Indiana's Amari Cooper Jr., and the guy who just got picked, Makai Lemon. I do think the Steelers could also look at a potential quarterback with some notable targets including Miami's Carson Beck, LSU's Garrett Nussmeier, and Baron Norton from Texas A&M. Now, the Steelers could also look at the popular choice of the offensive line more. Some notable picks include Northwestern offensive tackle Caleb Tiernan, Clemson offensive tackle Blake Miller, and the Ravens pick Penn State guard Vega Ione. Other options for the Steelers in this draft as a whole include edge rusher TJ Parker and LSU linebacker Harold Perkins Jr. Now, who the Steelers will pick is coming up next, along with the rest of the draft. Stay tuned.
So the Pittsburgh Steelers, Becca, this is your favorite team, and Jake as well as a lot of reporters here. We're in Pittsburgh. A lot of people excited. Where do you want them to go with this pick?
They need a strong quarterback. Will Howard, yes, he's strong. He played no snaps last year. They are still waiting for a decision from Aaron Rodgers. What is he doing? Is he's not on his wilderness retreat like he was the last time. He's just doing whatever Aaron Rodgers does. On top of that, they just need help.
Yeah, I think offense is probably the biggest need for them. I would say wide receiver. Unfortunately, Makai Lemon just went one pick before them.
Yes.
So now they're going to be here. Oh, we can't draft Makai Lemon. Where do they go, Austin?
I mean, the good news is the wide receiver class this year is pretty deep.
I
so
agree.
I could see them going.
Denzel Boston.
Denzel Boston
Yes.
is one. Cooper is another one. I mean, there's a lot of different wide receivers out there that they can go and target. Honestly, it just has to be some sort of an offensive skill position, in my opinion.
Well, the pick is in.
Well, Ryan, Max, Ihanacore, how do you feel right now that he is a Pittsburgh Steeler? You're a Steelers fan. How do you lay it out?
I am not happy.
Oh, we could tell.
We could tell.
Yeah, as you can tell, I am very infuriated with this pick. As we sit here today, he had 21 total players ahead of him that was ranked higher than him. On top of all of that, there was also a receiver called Casey Concepcion from Texas A&M, one of the best receivers coming out of the draft, who, by the way, when I mentioned beginning of the show, what's one of the things the Steelers need? A receiver. But yet, we go after an offensive tackle when we had Broderick Jones, who keeps coming off a neck injury. Yes, I get it, he's coming off an injury. I get it, he's coming off an injury the way it is. But as we sit here now, we don't need this position the way it is. All we need is a receiver. So the fact that we took a guy who's an unproven guy, and he's also only played 20 total snaps at right tackle, was an abysmal pick in my opinion.
But do you think that them acquiring Michael Pittman Jr. means that they may have not needed a wide receiver that bad? Good point.
That's a very good point.
Yeah, I understand that point, but you also got to think, what did Seahawks do with JSN? They drafted JSN, they also had Tyler Lockett and DK. So you got to have a third guy to learn from these other guys to have one of the better receivers. And I think there's a lot more possibility with KC than there was with our pick.
Well, thank you, Ryan. Moving on, the city has been awaiting this all draft year, putting together activations and activities to engage fans. Sophia Wise has more on a special documentary debuting in honor of the draft.
Leading up to and following the NFL draft, the Cayman Science Center, located very close to the action here on the North Shore, is showing a film that highlights Pittsburgh's unique football culture. The center's immersive Rango Cinema is also allowing fans to experience a production by NFL films like never before.
The newly renovated and renamed Cayman Science Center is showing a film to get Pittsburghers excited for the NFL draft. The football town, produced by NFL Films, highlights all levels of football in Western Pennsylvania, from Pop Warner to pro. Sport analyst and Pittsburgh native Pat McAfee narrates the film and tells the story of how the city's Three Rivers and steelmaking industry instills grit and drive in the young men that come from the region. Another Pittsburgh native that had the opportunity to work on the film is John Wise, a former senior producer at NFL Films.
For me, it was a great experience because I grew up in Bethel Park, about 10 miles south of Pittsburgh, in the 70s, with Pitt winning a national championship, the Steelers winning 4 Super Bowls. So obviously I became a big football fan, and I knew how big football was at that time, and it's continued to be.
This film also guides the audience through the overall history of the Pittsburgh Steelers, leading many fans to feel nostalgic and to think about how far the team has come as a franchise.
Yeah, it brought back a lot of memories. I can remember being in the 60s, them not being much of a team. And even when I went to the service in 1970, people knew who the Pittsburgh Steelers were.
I thought it was awesome. I thought it, just the energy, the sound, did a really great job of capturing the heart of Pittsburgh.
Showings of the football town have definitely been building anticipation for the draft, both for Pittsburghers and for fans just visiting. Reporting for UView Television, I'm Sophia Wise.
Injuries to their offensive line kind of hurt them, but their tackles are good. Rashawn Slater, guys like that, but they need interior offensive line as well. They need someone that can rush a quarterback. Like, I think Keldrick Folk is a guy I'm looking at here, as well as Malachi Lawrence. Those are my two guys. I think that's what the team needs the most.
No, I couldn't agree more. I mean, here's the thing. Justin Herbert was running for his life last year, and obviously we know there was the injuries that piled on early on throughout the year. And it wasn't even just the offensive line. Receivers got hurt, defensive players got hurt. Poor Justin Herbert was praying for his life out there on the football field. So I'm honestly going to say lineman here for this next pick.
I also agree with the edge rushers because they have 3 who have deals expiring after this year in free agency. Do they have enough cap space to keep these 3, or should they just get a new one and put someone in?
The bright bet is probably to move on and draft someone young.
Well, lucky for us, the pick is now in. In the 22nd pick of the NFL Draft, the Chargers select Akeem Messidor, an edge from Miami.
Yeah.
So
that Miami defensive line was so good. Allowed him to beat Ohio State and then make the national championship game. It was behind guys like him and Ruben Bain Jr. I think Messidor is a name that I just didn't mention when I mentioned edge rushers, but you talked about edge rushers. You talked about offensive line. I think this was probably the right pick for them. There was just a couple guys that maybe were also good edge rushers, but I think that this was one of them.
Yeah.
No, this was a solid pick here. I mean, Messidor is going to definitely add a lot to Jim Harbaugh's defense at the end of the day. So I believe that, especially in as competitive as the AFC West is right now with the Kansas City Chiefs, with this beefed-up Las Vegas Raiders team and the Denver Broncos, who honestly were one non-injured Bo Nix away from possibly being in the Super Bowl, this is definitely a good addition to their squad.
100%. I agree with you, Austin.
Reporter Anaya Sierra is in studio to tell us about the current NIL landscape. Anaya?
In 2009, a case filed by Ed O'Bannon argued that the NCAA's rules violated the Sherman Antitrust Act by preventing athletes from receiving compensation for commercial uses for their names, images, and likeliness. This lawsuit paved the way for modern NIL rights by allowing athletes to challenge restrictions on compensation. In 2021, the NCAA allowed college athletes to make a profit from NIL, which has now turned college athletics into a multi-billion-dollar industry. The money flow of sponsorships and brand deals that comes in for athletes is used by NFL scouts to make a predictive evaluation when drafting a player. Their analysis is based on the player professional development. The players who have NIL experience are deemed prepared for professional contracts and endorsements. The money being brought in does not only challenge a player's discipline, but also reflects their level of maturity. Scouts are able to examine athletes' spending patterns. This will reflect a player's character on indicating if they are a team-oriented player or an independent player. The brand deals that is presented to give the players them a head start in media training prior to joining the league. The NIL to NFL pipeline in bridging college and professional athletes has reshaped the future of football. Now, for more on what's happening at the North Shore Plaza here in Pittsburgh, Nico Rich has the latest.
Up the volume ahead of the NFL Draft, with some big names set to take over the North Shore. The North Shore Plaza is set to take the center stage during Draft Week, bringing live music and entertainment right next to PNC Park. Headliners include Nelly, Steve Aoki, and 2 Chainz set to perform throughout the week. But before the music starts, there's a lot of work happening behind the scenes.
Honestly, we got brought into this only about 3 weeks ago. We did a site visit, and in that time, basically, we've gone 0 to 100 very quickly. It's about 2.5 weeks ago. We got this stage built, got this brand new Function One sound system in, leading up to the draft. Time was definitely not necessarily on our side as far as planning, coordinating, making sure that all these national touring artists have all the equipment they need, and of course, all of that on top of it being the busiest week in Pittsburgh, probably history in at least a decade. decade or so. Every single production company is doing something this week, coordinating with the artists and stuff on short notice. Again, it's been a challenge, but it's been fun. It's what we do, make it happen. I'm excited personally. I feel like having a brand new venue opening and right off the bat having 3 artists, I think almost everyone, whether I talk to my grandma, my aunt, everybody at least knows who Nelly is. Steve Aoki and 2 Chainz, obviously. It's exciting.
Crews have been working around the clock building the stage and finalizing preparations to transform the plaza into a full-scale concert venue. The concert series kicks off on April 22nd with events running through April 25th as the city prepares for one of football's biggest events. Reporting for the NFL Draft, my name is Nico Rich, and I'll see you next time with another report.
Well, we saw earlier, obviously, there was a trade between the Dallas Cowboys and the Philadelphia Eagles. So I'm going to go to you on this one first, Matt. Cowboys are coming up. Let's talk about it.
Yeah, they went secondary. They end up getting Caleb Downs. The one thing I said for the first round for them, they're going to have a 12th pick and a 20th pick. They should go cornerback or secondary with one. They got Caleb Downs. Now they should go edge rusher. They lost Micah Parsons. You do have some decent interior offensive linemen with Kenny Clark and as well as Quentin Williams. So you have your interior defensive line. You need that edge rushing piece, someone that can help your secondary. So Dayron Bland doesn't have to run around, and the quarterback has unlimited time to give this guy the ball. I'm looking at 2 guys, Keldrick Folk and Malachi Lawrence. Those are the 2 guys, the top 2 edge rushers available. So I'm really hoping that those are the 2 that they go with.
Well, with that, the pick is now in. Well, in the 23rd pick of the NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Malachi Lawrence, edge from UCF.
Yes.
Edge,
somebody's happy.
Exactly what they needed, an edge rusher, dude. And losing Micah Parsons hurt that team so bad on the defensive side. Malachi Lawrence, respectfully, is not going to be Micah Parsons. He could be, but I don't think he's going to be Micah Parsons. They also had probably the worst defensive coordinator in the league last year. You told me, Austin, that you did not trust
I reminded you quite a bit, actually.
I remember hearing that all the time. They got their secondary big with Caleb Downs. Now you have an edge rusher who actually rose on the draft stock. It actually seemed like Dallas, I was looking at it going into this draft, that they were the only team that was this high on Malachi Lawrence. So sometimes Jerry Jones, he likes to reach a little bit, but I think we can all agree that they needed defensive help, so they did the right thing here.
Yes, they did.
Fully agree.
Pittsburgh residents have raised concerns about traffic changes during the NFL Draft. Reporter Nick Shermino went directly to the source to find out what exactly Pittsburghers should expect.
70,000 people on the North Shore, and with the stage set up on General Robinson Street, the city of Pittsburgh and the NFL worked to get every street on and around the North Shore closed for this event. I talked with SPC transportation planner Greg Shermito on what roads will be closed for the draft.
General Robinson Street is closed and Art Rooney Street is closed. Starting on Monday, April 13th, that's going to extend out to North Shore Drive and Reedsdale Street on both sides. So that'll close basically all the roads between both the stadiums. Those roads will be closed for the 2 weeks leading up to the draft and then the 2 weeks after the draft. The days of the draft, that will also extend out to past the bridges. The Andy Warhol Bridge will be closed and the Roberto Clemente Bridge will be closed. Route 65 north of the stadiums will also be closed the days of the draft. And then on the North Shore, Penn Avenue will be closed, Fort Duquesne Boulevard will be closed, and all the area around Point State Park will be closed for pedestrian access only.
I then asked him for more on how these street closures came together.
Yeah, I know that there was a bunch of meetings that took place between the NFL and the city. I'm not exactly sure what they talked about and all that, but I know that throughout these meetings, this is where they kind of came up with the ideas of like which road's going to be closed when, coming up with new ideas for how to get people into downtown since driving is going to be a mess in that area coming up for the draft. So I said just a lot of collaborative work basically between the city, the NFL, and kind of like other regional entities to try to make sure that people were as safe as possible getting in and out of the downtown NFL draft area.
I also asked him how people should prepare to navigate these closures if they're coming for the draft.
I just say take your time. If you're coming in and driving, it's going to be slow going. So just take your time trying to find parking. watch out for pedestrians because there's going to be a ton of pedestrians. I believe we're going to have between 200 to 250,000 new people in the downtown kind of NFL North Shore draft area all 3 days of the draft. And if you can utilize public transit, either utilizing any of the bus routes, utilizing the light rail, that would be strongly suggested.
For Point Park and UView, this has been Nicholas Shermito reporting.
Browns pick next for their second pick in the first round. Ryan Thiele, where do you think that they should go after drafting offensive line with their first pick?
So I think they're going to stay on the offensive side of the ball and get another receiver. Jerry Jeudy cannot do it all for your team, especially when you got a rookie quarterback that was on pace to throw the most interceptions in league history. Only reason he didn't do that was because he played the second half of the year. And then on top of that, you have a guy that's an aging quarterback that's coming off an Achilles injury. So you need another guy that can take the top off a defense, especially when you play against the Bengals, who have a really bad secondary, Steelers, who don't know who their safety is at the moment, and a Baltimore team that's just coming off of a really bad defensive year. So if there's a year to get a receiver, especially a rookie, it's this year, and it should be right now with the idea of a pick like Casey Concepcion, like I mentioned earlier, who's a fast receiver.
Well, with that, the pick is now in. With the 24th pick in the NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Casey Concepcion, wide receiver out of Texas A&M.
Great pick.
Great pick.
Denzel Boston and Casey Concepcion are the only wide receivers that I think are first-round worthy at this point. And Concepcion on a Texas A&M team that really had such a great start to the year. They looked like they could have been one of the top teams. Obviously, the loss to Texas kind of hurt their season, but Concepcion was behind that magical early start to the season that they had. In the Cleveland Browns, Ryan mentioned Jerry Jeudy can't do it all. I actually think Jerry Jeudy isn't good at all. Like I actually genuinely do not think Jerry Jeudy is a good wide receiver, respectfully, in the nicest way possible. He has a drop issues. He's slow on his feet. So I think that this guy should literally be their wide receiver one.
Whether it's Jerry Jeudy or not Jerry Jeudy, either way, at least they can say they have a wide receiver now on their roster. They have a wide receiver.
Well, I mean,
a wide receiver.
A wide receiver. We'll see who's throwing the ball to them, but the Chicago Bears and Buffalo Bills make their picks after the break. Don't go away.
For years, the Chicago Bears have been searching for a true franchise quarterback, and it looks like they may have finally found one in Caleb Williams. Williams stepped into the league with massive expectations and delivered a strong rookie campaign, showing off his elite arm talent and playmaking ability. What stood out most wasn't just the highlights, but his ability to elevate the offense, extending plays, making smart decisions, and keeping the Bears competitive in games they might have lost in previous years. His success has shifted the narrative in Chicago. Instead of questioning the future at quarterback, the focus is now on building around him. With key draft decisions ahead, the Bears have a chance to surround Williams with more weapons and solidify the offensive line, which could unlock another level of his game. Here's my bold prediction. if Chicago nails this upcoming draft and continues to build properly, the Bears won't just be a playoff contending team, they will be a championship contending team. And with that being said, let's talk about the Chicago Bears now, shall we? Obviously, Caleb Williams has been improving a lot over the last few years. We've seen him in the playoffs last year. I'm going to start with you, Gabe. It's great to have you back here. What do you think on Chicago?
I mean, Chicago is a team that made a great leap last year, and we talked about Caleb Williams, a guy who made strides at the end of last year. But something that really impressed me with their team is their defense, specifically at forcing turnovers. A lot of their wins came in games that they won the turnover margin by multiple turnovers, and I think that was what really dictated that team last year. Obviously, Williams comes along at the end of the year and helps them ride it out. But this is more than just an offense, more than just a defense. It's a complete football team and something that they can use this pick to build on right now. So
I absolutely agree. I think defense is the move, especially at edge, which I think is something they can improve on. I don't think they thought Keldrick Folk would last, so I think that's something to keep an eye out for. But for the Bears, the pick is now in. With the 25th overall pick, the Chicago Bears select Dylan Thieneman, a safety. I kind of forgot about him because I thought he'd picked so much sooner because he's the #2 safety in the draft, at least in my eyes. So what are your guys' thoughts about
So this is a super interesting pick for me personally because like I just said, this is a team that excelled at forcing turnovers last year. Kevin Byard and Deshaun Wright, two of the best in the league at that. But you go and get a safety who is like the third line of your defense. You can't get past him. He had 96 tackles last year. A guy who is a capable pass defender with 5 pass breakups last year. So a guy that can do a lot for your defense on, the second down, the first down, to really put them behind the sticks for your playmakers to go do something on third down. So I like this pick for the Bears.
Oh, I like this pick a lot, too. I mean, lock down that secondary. Look at the Packers. Look at the Vikings. Look at the Lions. Look at the receivers that are on those teams. You're going to need as much help in the secondary as you need as possible. So I am very happy with this pick. I'm surprised so many teams have passed up on him.
Yeah, and I like what you said. The firepower of the NFC North, got to be able to compete with that, shut down those offenses. Yes. That big reason for that there.
Yeah, and you have a couple quarterbacks that to me are maybe a little bit prone to the turnover at times. So getting a safety, a nice ball hawk, I think that works very well for the Bears and their secondary.
Yeah.
So now let's head over to our on-site reporters for an update.
Here reporting live from Acrisure Stadium, where fans of all NFL teams are starting to filter in to watch the rest of the NFL draft for the night. They have been seeing a lot of what the NFL draft in Pittsburgh has to offer, from replica uniforms of several different NFL teams to big size NFL helmets and merchandise of all kinds, some that are even signed. Fans seem to really be embracing what the NFL draft has to offer here in Pittsburgh. There's been a lot of mixed reactions from this crowd as to the different picks, especially the Carnell Tate one earlier in the evening. But it seems to be a lot of emotions for these fans, especially Pittsburgh locals, to see an event of this magnitude being held in their own city. But we will continue to give updates on the rest of the NFL draft as we are here in the North Shore. Back to you at the desk.
I'm down here at the draft. Pittsburgh Steelers just made their first pick of the 2026 NFL Draft. I'm here with some fans to get their reaction. What are your thoughts on the Steelers pick?
Oh man, big boy like that, he's going to make some damage on that O-line. You just got to keep him trucking, keep him moving.
Yeah, it's known as Mad Max, and he's going to be a mad boy. He's going to get it on there. So.
What are your guys' thoughts and experiences so far with this whole NFL Draft being here in Pittsburgh?
Oh, this is awesome. I've been a Steelers fan since 1978. I grew up in Ohio, and this is the second time I've been to Pittsburgh, so it's awesome. We're from South Dakota, so.
Well, this is my dad here, so just getting to be here with him, it's an amazing experience. It's my third time here, but each time I come back, man, it's a magical place, and get to spend it the last 2 times with this guy here. Wouldn't miss it for the world.
That's awesome. And what are you guys hoping for the Steelers to do the rest of this draft?
Oh, we need another receiver, and I'm hoping we pick up another quarterback too. So,
I'm hoping for another receiver. Quarterback would be nice as well.
All right, thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of the weekend, guys.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
No, I would like to add a little bit about the Bills, but I can't because they just traded their pick to the Texans. So the Texans are going to have the 26th and the 91st overall pick from the Bills, and the Bills will get number 28, 69, and 167. So a little bit of a trade up. I'm honestly not sure what the Texans want to do here.
So I'm wondering if they saw receivers still on the board that they thought they could go and get. This was a team, you know, C.J. Stroud, he definitely took a step back last year. Let's not act like he didn't. And getting him a new weapon, you know, Diggs left in the offseason, didn't really get to fully replacing that this year. Maybe this is what they're trying to take a swing on with this trade. They saw someone that they like still available, they thought might not be there, and they jump up to grab him.
I mean, we've already seen a few players drop that we thought would have been top 10, top 15 players. So this screams offense addition to me. I don't know what position it's going to be, but I have a very strong feeling that they're going to build back and help C.J. Stroud out a lot.
Oh, no, I couldn't agree more. And with that being said, the pick is now in. With the 26th overall pick, the Houston Texans select Kalen Rutledge, an interior offensive lineman from Georgia Tech. And he's someone that I saw a couple mock drafts maybe be a first rounder, and I was like, I'm not too sure, but they were right. I mean, he's going to be a first round pick for the Texans.
I mean, I'm going to be transparent up front about it. I don't really like this pick, especially trading up to get it. You go interior with the offensive lineman. I've talked earlier about the flexibility. If you go outside, you can move in. If you're in, you got to stay in. You just got to be able to, you know, ride it out and be able to make an impact as an interior offensive lineman. Not to mention, this was a team that gave up the 24th most sacks, just 31 last year. Their problems with their offense wasn't because of their line, wasn't because of their protection. I'm very surprised that they go with this pick right here. I'm going to be honest.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised too, but I mean, it could always be, obviously they're looking for depth later on in the year as well. So maybe this pick right here is just someone to kind of come in and help out C.J. Stroud still within his first year, but maybe not start all the games throughout the season. Maybe he'll kind of bounce in and out and have like a solid rotation there. I feel like they should have gone wide receiver, though, in all honesty. That was kind of the one position I was eyeing up, and I was like, okay, they need to get one for C.J. Stroud.
And them trading up, too, that was kind of shocking, too, that to get something that we weren't sure if was going to be a first-round pick or not. So interesting to see that.
Reporter Sophia Wise is in the studio to highlight a certain native Pittsburgh prospect. Sophia?
Eli Heidenreich from Mount Lebanon is expected to experience a full circle moment on day 3 of the draft. When Heidenreich left Pittsburgh to attend and play at the United States Naval Academy, he did not believe he would get to go pro right out of college. However, halfway through his time at the Naval Academy, the government decided to allow students to shift their mandatory 5 years of active service following graduation to a 10-year reserve term that could be performed later on. It is also not definite what position Heidenreich could be drafted for. He told KDKA, quote, "Some teams see me as a slot, some teams see me as a running back, and some teams still don't know what they would use me as," end quote. During his career at the Naval Academy, Heidenreich broke records for both receiving yards and touchdowns. Many Mount Lebanon natives and Pittsburghers are happy for Heidenreich since he now has a chance to be drafted right in his hometown. Heidenreich is a potential prospect for the Steelers, the team he rooted for growing up, and he has also expressed how special it would be for him to play for the team.
So after trading down earlier in this draft, the Dolphins are actually going to trade up a little bit. They're trading with the 49ers, so the 49ers will get the 30th and 90th picks, while the Dolphins will get picks number 27 and 138. So what are they going to do here, trading up like that?
I mean, once again, we talked about they must have their eyes on somebody, and I think it's going to be a playmaker. We talked about the wide receiver that they might need, and we talked about the cornerback they might need. It's going to be something that affects passing on one of the two sides of the ball, in my opinion, and I think that's why they traded up. They traded back earlier because they wanted to go O-line. This time, I think they're going skill position.
Yeah, I believe secondary help is going to be crucial here for the Miami Dolphins going into their next phase. Well, let's bring in Ryan on this conversation as well. Ryan, it's good to see you now. Hopefully you're okay after that Steelers selection there.
I am A-okay and just nice and calm at the moment.
We're glad to see the blood pressures came down a little bit. But
Yes.
what do you think about this trade right here, man?
No, I love the trade here. You know, with Miami, and you guys just brought up about the corner position. And you know what? I actually agree with all three of your statements about the corner position. I think they're going to get a corner here. And there's a guy named Chris Johnson. He's coming out of Utah. He's unproven. He has a chip on his shoulder. He's hard-nosed. He's also brought in 2 pick sixes throughout the year. This is a playmaker. This is a guy Miami needs to flip the script on the defensive side of the ball, especially now with an aging Minkah Fitzpatrick.
And with something that we weren't really sure was going to fall this back, how about McCoy? Do you think this may be a possibility for the Dolphins now that they think maybe we could trade up and get this guy?
Yeah, I can see him being here too, but out of the two of the that would fit, I think they need Johnson here more than McCoy. McCoy needs a structured system where Johnson's just an instinct type of corner and will just make the play on the receiver real quick.
Well, thank you so much, Ryan. And now, with that being said, the pick is in. With the 27th overall pick, the Miami Dolphins select, and you're right, Ryan Thiele, Chris Johnson, cornerback from San Diego State. So they do address that secondary.
Attaboy, Ryan, getting that pick right, and we saw it coming because the Dolphins, another team that had single-digit interceptions, and we just talked about a guy with 2 pick sixes, 4 picks on the year, good instincts on the ball. He can make a play, and we're going to see him get the chance to do that in Miami now. So.
Yeah, love this move, especially with a division that wasn't as competitive last year, but we are expecting a little bit more of upgrades within some of the teams this year. I mean, you want to make the defense as strong as possible, and bringing in a corner and Johnson, I think is the right move for the Dolphins.
No, I couldn't agree more. And like I mentioned, they have to address that secondary. You have to build that foundation, especially with the division they're in. They might be throwing the ball a little bit. We'll have to see. So I think this is definitely something they needed to address for sure.
Yeah, and something that Ryan said, less reliant on scheme a little bit than the picks. I like this guy as just an instinctual guy that can go out there and just make impact plays off of his own, skill, his own tuition. So he's going to go out there and, flip some scripts for Miami early.
Moving on, Jake here is highlighting a star player who will not be here from this weekend.
With the 2026 NFL Draft underway, a known face in college football will not be hearing their name being called this year. Oregon quarterback Dante Moore announced that he would be staying with the Ducks for another season, despite being projected to be selected with a top pick in this year's draft. Many people would be shocked at this decision before name, image, and likeness became a factor. Football fans believe that Moore decided to stay at Oregon due to NIL, in which he is estimated to earn over $7 million this year. However, Moore denied this claim, stating in an interview from On3, quote, "I mean, if it was money, I would have been in the NFL by now. More of it was just getting my talent as best as possible," end quote. If he were to be drafted second overall, like many speculate, if he were to enter the draft, Moore could have signed for over $50 million. However, this would only be if he were drafted this high, and if he were to follow the draft, Moore would sign for less. While finances were not a factor for the Ducks quarterback, many college football players projected to be drafted in later rounds tend to utilize NIL and stay in college for another year if possible, which shows how much this has not only affected football, but all college athletics. After the break, the Houston Texans make their pick. Don't go anywhere.
We got some trades going on,
yes,
Jake.
Yes, we do.
So real quick, this is kind of crazy because it's like multiple trades going on. So the Bills acquired the 28th pick from the Texans, and then they later traded it to the Patriots. So the Patriots have the 28th overall pick, and the Bills will have 31st and 125th. So just a lot going on there.
There's a lot happening right now. Getting into the wire, they are trading every possible pick they can.
Yeah, we see this very, very often in the late
Yes.
first round where teams just kind of want to, like, they see one guy that maybe fell a little bit and they're like, hey, I kind of want, like, this guy to add some depth. So the later first round picks are very, very beneficial to teams, especially teams that are really good like the Bills. A team that, like, just needs one piece to help solidify an offensive line or to help solidify defensive depth. And that's what's very, very important about these late round trades is that it adds so much depth, and that's why these trades happen very, very often.
With the Patriots, I'm curious, are they going to go like offensive side or maybe on the edge? I know they need both, so I think either would be beneficial. But right now, the pick
has been in
So with the 28th overall pick, the Patriots select Caleb Lomoon, offensive tackle. So they do go with that route.
Yeah.
Someone, probably a good pick there. I think the Patriots didn't think they'd be able to get him, so they traded up. So
Well, we saw with the Patriots playing an elite defense like Seattle in the Super Bowl.
Yes.
Drake May just kind of running for his life, running backwards very, very consistently. So that is why I think that they did do this. Yes, they drafted Will Campbell top 5 last year, but Will Campbell didn't play up to the standards. As he said, I'm going to fight and die for my quarterback. He did, but sometimes he ended up dying. Like, he didn't play the best to his pure ability. Will Campbell had so much upside coming into this year, so they need a tackle that is young and can also develop. Because I still think Campbell has the potential, but I do think that they need to have another tackle in case Campbell doesn't live up to it, but also another guy you could develop.
Especially since Morgan Moses is up in 35. He's getting close to retiring. They need someone younger that they can keep in that spot.
yeah, and both linemen can definitely grow with each other, so I think that definitely works out.
Especially because Drake May just game runner-up before MVP.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Up next, reporter Juliana Brock covers how Point Park University has taken advantage of the NFL draft in the classroom. Jules?
Years since the NFL draft has been in Pittsburgh. And with it being in Pittsburgh this year, this grants opportunities for students to be fully immersed in it. There's one Point Park professor who took this opportunity to teach her students about the draft in more ways than just sitting in a classroom.
I knew that the NFL draft was happening, and I thought that's a perfect opportunity to have the class just focus on one giant project over the course of our 15 weeks. I really wanted to kind of advance it beyond just the nuts and bolts of what buttons to push. I wanted to make it more focused on making things look as professional as possible.
After 10 years, Point Park offered advanced television production for students.
I was asked if I would be interested in teaching it. I said, absolutely. Is there any kind of a syllabus that I could refer to? No, it hasn't been taught in so long that there really is nothing. So I kind of had to start from scratch.
The class takes place every Monday evening from 6 to 9 p.m. in the television studio. Students involved are of a variety of majors, from sports communication to broadcast reporting and photography.
I actually really enjoy it. I think it's very hands-on and I've learned so much. The whole show that we put on in this class is about the NFL draft. And as someone that's not super into sports or not super well-versed in football, it's definitely been a huge learning curve for me. It's only taught me that things like that are going to be thrown my way all the time when it comes to this industry.
Actually, I've learned a lot about the draft, and realizing when you produce a news show, you can actually learn a lot when you're researching. And you know, we've done 30-second stories. I've learned a lot of information that I didn't know from major media outlets.
Over time, the students found themselves learning about more than just the draft.
At first, I think there was like a little too many cooks in the kitchen because we all have great ideas. But now I think we've learned how to balance a little bit better, and I think the product has shown that because it's improved a lot.
In this field, at least, like, it takes a village to put on a show, and it takes a village to do all of the certain things that you have to do to make a show successful. We collaborate on all kinds of stuff.
It's going great. I've watched the progress from show 1 up until 9 and 10. Every show is getting better and better and better, and that's the whole point. I think I learned that it is possible to maybe not be in the same place all at the same time and still be able to do great work. Oh, I'm just proud of just, it really, you know, exceeds what I had anticipated.
Very proud of how we as a group like really did a good job and improved every single week. We didn't give up.
I mean, honestly, I would definitely recommend that people take this class in the future, especially if they're looking to get into production or on screen too. It is like a production class, but I think I've also learned so much about writing and being on screen.
And this is just one of the many ways that Point Park University is taking advantage of this historical moment. Here in the studio for UView Television, I'm Juliana Brock.
My name is Nico Rich, and this is the 2026 NFL Draft. On April 23rd, the great city of Pittsburgh officially kicked off the 2026 NFL Draft, one of the biggest events in the city's history. After months of anticipation and construction, the city is now filled with excitement and energy as fans across the country gather to celebrate one of football's biggest events. Draft festivities are taking place throughout Pittsburgh at major locations like Acrisure Stadium, Point State Park, and Market Square, creating a citywide celebration centered around the sport. Fans could take part in a variety of activities across the city, like autograph sessions with players, viewing the championship trophies, kicking field goals, and even racing each other in a 40-yard dash, all while sounds of music and celebration fill the streets of Pittsburgh. While taking part in the event myself, watching the city of Pittsburgh come alive was truly an incredible sight to see, and a chance for the Steel City to showcase its roots. Fans throughout Pittsburgh experienced the excitement firsthand, supporting their favorite teams and witnessing the future of football.
The whole experience has been really great so far. Like, the preparation that went into is definitely showing. The organization, everything just seems to be great. It was better than I expected.
But it's neat to see, like, coming from different cities and to experience Pittsburgh.
This is really cool for the city to see them pull it together. I thought it's very organized for the time that we've been down here.
The draft will take place in the city of Pittsburgh from April 23rd through the 25th, with many more events and activities happening throughout the weekend. Reporting for the 2026 NFL Draft, and I'll see you next time.
Are picking next, and this is a pick that they acquired via the Rams. If you guys remember, they traded Trent McDuffie away to the Rams for this trade, and then earlier today they ended up acquiring a cornerback, Mansour Delane, with the 6th overall pick that they traded up for. So maybe this pick that they acquired for the Rams, now that they replaced McDuffie, could be very, very good for them.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if they go offensive side of the ball, right? Like you mentioned, they got the replacement in McDuffie. Maybe they get a playmaker for Mahomes. I mean, but I feel like they kind of do this a lot, and I just don't know if it's going to get repetitive at that point. So I don't know. Maybe they go receiver. I'm not too sure.
They also did lose a lot of players in free agency, so they have a lot of holes they need to patch.
Yeah,
on both sides.
They acquired Kenneth Walker, which was a big offensive need.
Yes.
They never really had an elite running back under the Mahomes era. I mean, before that, you kind of had like Kareem Hunt, Jamal Charles, if you guys remember.
Yeah.
But they never had that running back, that Super Bowl MVP winning caliber running back like Kenneth Walker. So they have him now. Now it comes down to, can you give someone the ball? Because honestly, I can't name a top 15 wide receiver in the league that's ever played under Mahomes except Tyreek Hill.
Yeah, and they have Rashee Rice, who is really good whenever he's on the field, but sometimes he's not. And they need to draft someone that they can just rely to start all 17 games to be a reliable presence for Mahomes.
Yes.
So now with the Chiefs, their pick is in, and with the 29th overall pick, the Kansas City Chiefs select Peter Woods, a defensive lineman from Clemson. So they do go defensive side of the ball twice in this draft.
I guess they just want someone to go next to Chris Jones is kind of my guess. I mean, Chris Jones is aging. He's not going to just get any better, but he is a really, really great piece. He is their best defensive piece. So I think that they're just trying to add someone that can replace Jones in the future, but also someone that could just be added on alongside of Chris Jones. I do think that this wasn't the right pick. I do truly think that there is a wide receiver on the board, Denzel Boston, that just keeps falling, and I think that this would have been the perfect spot for him to go.
I'm still surprised he hasn't been drafted yet.
Yeah, I think
I'm still surprised about that.
I thought he was going to go to Pittsburgh, to be honest.
Yeah.
But Pittsburgh wanted to go offensive line, of course. So.
Yeah, absolutely.
But for me, it's just like, I think the Chiefs' defense has actually not been bad. Like, the reason that they made the Super Bowl a couple years ago, that was the year that they beat the 49ers in the big game, that was the best defense Mahomes has ever had.
Yes.
Against the Eagles. Yes, they lost. The reason that they made it that far is because of their defense. So they're just trying to continue to keep that defense, because as Mahomes is getting older, as your offense, because their offense has regressed so much, that they're just trying to keep having a defensive pedigree, have something to rely on consistently that can help you when Mahomes is not playing at his absolute best.
And they're doubling down on truly stopping the run as well. I mean, you look at the Chargers, Harbaugh loves to run the ball. The Raiders, they have Ashton Jenney. They're going to run the ball more. And with the pieces they added. So I think that they just want to stop the run. They don't want to make that a factor of their game and let the defensive backs do their work.
Well, even in Denver, J.K. Dobbins and R.J. Harvey were a really, really good running back core until J.K. Dobbins got hurt. So the Chiefs are going to have to play against all these teams twice. twice a year. So if you have Chris Jones next to Peter Woods, who again, I did not have Peter Woods going first round at all. I did not think he was going to go this high. I had no idea. I didn't really have too much information on him. I knew who he was. I knew Clemson's defensive line was pretty solid. But I truly, truly believe that they just need, like, the fact that they have won, that their dynasty has been this good, and they won 2 Super Bowls without Tyreek Hill is it's so shocking to me.
I know.
Yeah, I mean, it's just crazy, just the culture that they have. I mean, they could just lose these pieces, and it seems like it doesn't matter because they have one constant. They have one of the best quarterbacks ever. So
They do, yeah. And their team is significantly getting older. Because you have Travis Kelce, who re-signed again this year.
Everyone thought he was going to retire, too.
I thought he was going to retire, especially now that he's engaged. He probably doesn't want to be playing football anymore, but clearly he does. Patrick Mahomes coming off of that ACL tear. They need someone to keep him protected, too.
I want to ask you guys real quick, do you guys think that the Chiefs dynasty is still alive?
I always say so because I know that they didn't make the playoffs last year, but I have to see more of that to just completely conclude that, because when we saw the Eagles whenever they lost in the big game and then they were first round exits and then they won it all. So like things can change after 1 year, and I think for the Chiefs, with the structure that they have, I think they're more than able to do so.
Yeah.
So another trade, Jake. Just as I said, these late round trades just continue to go. Now we have another trade that is coming today. If you want to talk about that one.
Yeah, and this is another sort of craziness. So the Dolphins trade their pick to the 49ers, but then that pick got traded to the Jets. So the Jets will have the 30th overall pick. The 49ers will have picks 33, and then they're going to have a first and second round pick eventually, and the 179th overall pick. So just a lot of craziness going on here.
So this is the Jets' third first round pick this year. We know, as Austin Carnes went in depth with some slight words to say about the New York Jets, and we talked about it. They've been in such a just weird spot. They get an old veteran quarterback, and they try to develop Zach Wilson. They couldn't do it. So for me, the Jets, I still think that with what they have gone with this year, I literally think that like no matter who they draft, they can't go wrong. I don't know if you guys have any names that you think the Jets could go with here. But for me personally, I think that there is almost nowhere that they can go wrong because they have so many gaps.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe receiver, but they had Mekhi Lemon because I know they really liked Omar Cooper, a national winning receiver himself. But I don't know, I think you could afford to potentially, I don't know, maybe get another receiver. I don't know. We'll have to see.
I think you could get another receiver because they drafted Kenyon Sadiq earlier in the draft. So.
Yeah, they have so many holes they need to fill. They're just like in that weird, like you were saying, that weird limbo spot of not getting anywhere, but also going backwards.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So all weekend, draft goers have a city full of activities for them. Bryn Reese has the info on an art exhibition near campus that highlights Pittsburgh's history.
As downtown Pittsburgh engages in efforts to revitalize and beautify the Golden Triangle for the NFL Draft, the Benedum Trees Gallery, located on 4th Avenue, is a catalyst of bringing art to the east side of downtown. I had the chance to speak with Katie Gordy, a gallery guide and Point Park student.
We are a fairly young gallery. We opened up just last summer with an exhibit based on skyscrapers around the world, and specifically in Pittsburgh. We're right down on 4th Avenue, which is a historically rich avenue in Pittsburgh. It used to be sort of the epicenter for all banking, and we used to have our own stock exchange. So this gallery is sort of our attempt to bring back life to 4th Avenue and downtown as a whole.
The gallery welcomed a new exhibition last month called The Confluence Stronger Than Steel. The exhibit was co-curated by Point Park adjunct photography professor Richard Kelly in collaboration with Aaron O'Neill, the primary director and curator of the gallery. The exhibit focuses on the industrial history of Pittsburgh and the ties between the Burgh steelworkers and Pittsburgh sports. It aims to not only educate NFL Draft visitors of the city's rich history and culture, but also remind locals of Pittsburgh's deep roots in steelwork and how that has defined the city over the years.
Our exhibit has both artifacts from the steel industry as well as art that's been made since then about the steel industry. It's sort of how the steel industry has affected art and entertainment in Pittsburgh.
The Benedum Trees Gallery is open on Thursdays and Fridays from 4 to 7 p.m. and Saturdays from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. It is free and open to the public. This is Bryn Reese reporting for UView Television.
Once again, let's check in on the North Shore with our on-site team.
We are here live from Acrisure Stadium. What is your reaction to the Steelers pick? How are we feeling?
Let's go
Steelers! Pittsburgh going to the Super Bowl. We love it, baby. Bring it on. We got a great new guy. Welcome to the team, young man. And let's go. Mike McCarthy, lead our team to the Super Bowl. Number 7 is coming our way. I am a mayor of Sixburg tonight, by the way. Just so you know, we got 6-time championship right here. We're representing. This is where it's at. This is where it's all at. Pittsburgh, the home of the Acrisure Stadium. We love this place. We love our Nick. He's our new guy. So welcome to the team,
And are there any other picks you're looking forward to in the next 2 days that you think the Steelers need to make?
Well, you know, I'm so glad we're shoring up our trenches. We've got to build from the O-line out. I love it. Great pick. Good job from Pittsburgh. I love it. We need a wide receiver. We need a little bit of help in safety and some other places. We're going to pick a punter, and we're going to pick a return man.
You enjoy the rest of your draft experience and have a great night.
Thank you so much. Here we go, Steelers!
All right, so now the pick is in for the Jets in sort of a wild trade that happened. So with the 30th overall pick, the New York Jets select Omar Cooper Jr. And it's funny because I had him going 16th to the Jets, but they were able to snag him at 30. I mean, I think this is phenomenal.
That must be the reason that they traded back over to the first
There
round.
has to
They
be.
saw an
There
eye
has
on a
to
wide
be.
receiver option. Of course, we're still talking about Denzel Boston here, but Omar Cooper was the other guy. Those
Yeah.
are the two guys that we saw as later wide receiver picks that we knew were elite talents. Omar Cooper Jr., one of the primary reasons that this Indiana team was able to break out so easily around Fernando Mendoza, around Kurt Signetti. Omar Cooper Jr. was easily the security blanket all season long for that team. He wasn't, in my opinion, I don't think he's actually an elite wide receiver. I actually think that he is kind of a project a little bit. I think that he is just fundamentally strong. So I think that there is a lot of room to work with for Omar Cooper Jr. if you want him to break out. But he is playing behind Garrett Wilson. It's not like this guy has to be the wide receiver one. He just has to be good.
Yeah, I agree. And with Cooper, you know, like you mentioned, that he is going to be fundamentally sound and well coached with Coach Signetti. I mean, every single team that he brings in, whether it was from IUP originally to James Madison to Indiana, I mean, he always has these guys prepared and well coached. So if I'm a GM or a head coach of a football team, I'd want someone from Signetti because I know they're well coached. I know they know how to handle tough coaching.
Yeah. Totally agree. Like, I just think that the problem is Aaron Glenn was a really, really good defensive coach. I mean, he was the defensive coordinator for the Lions, and he came in with the Jets, and they had a bad season. I absolutely do think that Aaron Glenn has the potential to be a good head coach. The Jets are just such a, like, the Jets are just such a poor, that's the word I'm going to use, poor franchise.
Yes.
They've actually never had an elite quarterback. I don't think ever.
Yeah,
Not that I can
Their best
remember.
quarterback in recent memory is Mark Sanchez. That tells you a lot. So, but yeah, we will be right back.
The NFL Draft has come a long way from when it first started. The event that now invites millions of fans to share the excitement of getting drafted was not always written with such strong attention. Prior to the creation of the modern draft, players were selected through an unregulated market that proved to hold certain teams at a disadvantage. In 1935, Philadelphia Eagles co-owner at the time, Bert Bell, proposed a change that was agreed upon by all 9 owners. Bell pitched the idea of an annual player draft that would level the playing field for each franchise by allowing the team with the worst record of the previous season to pick first. This system has continued to stand strong against the test of time. Now, while that sounds familiar to what we recognize today, there are still many differences between the 1936 draft and what is expected exactly 90 years later. The inaugural draft was held at Philadelphia's Ritz-Carlton Hotel in 1936, where the clubs sat around and selected from a pool of only 90 players, which is a stark difference from the approximate 250 to 260 players that are drafted today. Alongside that difference is the lack of formal scouting departments and agents that now make it easier to promote athletes' talents throughout the country. And finally, what is likely the most noticeable change is the media coverage. What was once an intimate affair between executives and athletes has become a massive spectacle that often draws in 7 to 12 million viewers. This has been Edmi Idalis with a quick history lesson on the NFL Draft. Back to you in the studio.
So before we toss to Ryan, there was a trade at the 31st pick. The Patriots traded to the Bills, later traded to the Titans. So the Tennessee Titans now have the 31st, the 69th, the 165th pick, and the Buffalo Bills have the 35th, 66th, and 101 pick. So Ryan Thiele is here once again to share his predictions for the Tennessee Titans' upcoming pick. Ryan?
So Tennessee Titans, they went with an offensive lineman to start out. Now I think they're going to address the defense. Now on the defense side of the ball, the Titans need a premier edge rusher, a guy who can play both the pass and the run. And you know who this is? His name is Kendrick Folk. He comes out of Auburn. He's the 6th edge rusher to come out of this draft this year. He was the do-it-all edge rusher for Auburn. He racked up. He was a 3-down. He's a 3-down player no matter what level he ever played in. And I think that's going to continue in Tennessee, where he's going to thrive in that new defensive scheme over there.
So if he were to get selected by the Titans, he would be falling pretty drastically to what I think we expected. Do you have any reason why Folk may have lasted at this point, or maybe even out of the first round? Who knows?
Yeah, I think it's just circumstance. I mean, we're at this point of the draft where we saw probably 8 trades by now, 3 with just this pick alone, something you haven't seen. So it's what happens. Sometimes players who are good enough to be in the first round, but are in that little gray area, sometimes fall. And those are the diamonds in the rough that this draft is very known for.
Thank you so much, Ryan. And now for the Titans, the pick is in. With the 31st overall pick, the Tennessee Titans select, and once again, Ryan, you're right, Keldrick Folk, edge rusher from Auburn. So this is a guy that's pure athleticism, may not have had the counting stats, but definitely someone that the Titans were willing to take a risk and trade up.
Yeah, I thought this guy could have gone to Dallas at 20, so he actually fell way, way, way lower than I had him. I had him going to 20. He falls all the way to almost dead last in the first round. I think it might be because he doesn't have like that splash play potential. He's just kind of a pressure force. He is just sheer power, getting to the quarterback, going to cause disruption. And he's like that bigger edge rusher build. He's not like that elusive edge rusher you see like Myles Garrett. Those guys, they're able to get to quarterback at such a high level and always get a sack. He's more of that guy that's just going to disrupt an offensive line. So maybe that's what teams wanted. Maybe more teams wanted to have a guy that could get more sacks like Malachi Lawrence that went to Dallas, or as we mentioned, Ruben Bain Jr. earlier. But I still think that this is what they needed, considering they were able to snag Carnell Tate earlier.
No, I agree. And then to me, like, the Titans need about everything, right? And I think them being able to trade up, even though, you know, maybe you're risking some picks down the line, I think knowing that you can get an edge rusher like this, that is more of a project, I'd say, more than a guaranteed. You know he's going to be like a David Bailey type edge rusher. So I think the Titans are willing to be patient, especially if they go through a long rebuild.
I agree with that.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to wrap up this evening, but first, let's head back over to Ryan Thiele with predictions on the Seattle Seahawks, the reigning champs.
Hey guys, welcome back. I'm back again. So let's do this again.
It's the reigning Super Bowl champs, a team that they could do a lot with the 32 spot. Personally, I'm going to stick with my prediction, Ryan, Jadarian Price. I still think that they could use a running back to replace Kenneth Walker at the 32 spot. He went to the Kansas City Chiefs. I think this is the perfect pick, considering he still fell this far.
Yes.
You know what? At the beginning of this, I would have disagreed with you. But the way everything's going on, I don't see a trade happening here like I had us trading back in as the Steelers. But so we're going to go with the obvious pick here, and that's with your pick. I think Jadarian Price, you just lost Kenneth Walker. Now, is he a Kenneth Walker type of running back? No, he's not. He's not the same type of caliber he is, but he's still going to be a really good premier back for them, especially with that tandem they have with, if I'm not mistaken, they have a very young running back right now, and 2 very young running backs can equal 1 very good running back.
I also totally do not think that Charbonnet is better than Kenneth Walker at all, or is even going to be better than Price if they go with Price. If they don't go Price, is there any other option that they go with, considering they had such a well-rounded team?
I honestly don't see a smart option for them. You can't go to the defense side of the ball because you have a lot of things going on the defensive side that you don't want to mess up. And the offense side of the ball, you got the best receiving core and then a solid O-line. So the only smart pick here would be the running back position.
Thank you, Ryan.
So for the final time tonight, the pick is in. So with the 32nd overall pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Jadarian Price. So they did go with that running back to replace Kenneth Walker. I mean, you guys nailed that. I mean, I didn't have him going there.
Go with my mock draft. Honestly, this pick was brutally obvious for me. I think once they lost Kenneth Walker, the best approach to this is is because the free agency is so limited now at the running back position. There's almost nothing. Dowdle went, Javonte Williams re-signed. There's all the top running backs have either signed somewhere or have been re-signed by their current team. So when you see a guy that he's been overshadowed a lot, I honestly think that if Jeremiah Love wasn't at Notre Dame, Jadarian Price could have genuinely been a top 10 pick equal to Jeremiah Love. Like, they built a significantly just dominant running back core. It's a shame that we didn't get to watch them in the college football playoffs, but Jadarian Price, obvious pick for them, and this makes the Seattle Seahawks once again a top contender in the NFL. Because now they technically didn't lose anything.
Yeah, and it kind of reminds me of maybe not as great of a tandem, but sort of like with McFadden and Jones from Arkansas, who had 2 running backs go in the first round. That reminds me a lot of that. I mean, Notre Dame dominated the run game, so I definitely like this.
Well, Ryan Delay, still here. What do you got to say about this Seattle Seahawks pick?
I don't think he leaves.
No, I don't. I don't agree at this point. No, I love this pick. Like Matt said, this is spot on. You know, we saw a lot of picks today that didn't make sense, especially with the Rams, the Steelers. I can name other teams. Seahawks, you did this right. If I was a Seahawks fan, I'd be very excited to have Jadarian Price in my backfield. Because what this also does is that this opens up the RPO. You can have a 2 running back set, which allows for like a read option, and then you can throw a bubble screen on the outside, which is something the Seahawks could also throw JSN in, and you can fake the bubble and then go on the outside with JSN. So there leaves a lot more options for Sam Darnold, which is something they should have had in the big game this past year, which is why we saw an offensive struggle from them.
Yeah, I want to ask you, do you think genuinely that now that they retained a running back, do you think that he could be the potential of Kenneth Walker, and could that elevate them to a back-to-back run?
That's a great question.
Now, I don't see a back-to-back run because we still got to go through the Rams and then the San Francisco 49ers.
But they beat the Rams last year.
Yes, I get that. This is also a better Rams team this year than it was last year. But just what you're saying about Kenneth Walker, I honestly don't think he's going to be the same caliber of a player, because Kenneth Walker's one of one, but Jadarian Price is going to fit in his own. It's going to be Jadarian Price, nobody else.
And do you see, so you don't see the Seattle Seahawks going back-to-back or making a back-to-back run. Is there a team in the first round this year that you think, wow, they drafted really, really well, and I could see them maybe being that team that makes a run at the big game this year?
Whew. You know, I'm actually good with Houston. They were close last year with that team that honestly was the worst offense I've ever seen in the playoffs besides the Steelers. So I think with the picks they made today, it made sense to help Stroud out, which is what they should have done last year, but they refused to do it till this year. So I can see Houston being that team to make, I wouldn't say they're going to be top the AFC, but be that team that come playoffs can knock around some of these other teams.
And real quick, Ryan, I just want to say congratulations on getting so many of these picks right. Every time you come up here and say, well, I think this team should do this, they're right. So I just have to congratulate you. I mean, you are a genius. This is very impressive.
Guys.
So.
You're inflating my ego so much more.
Worth it.
Well, before we end, I just want to say something real quick. The official attendance for draft night 1 is 320,000. That's a record for night 1.
Wow.
So Pittsburgh showed up. Everyone else showed up.
And everyone was like,
awesome.
there's no one downtown. There is 320,000 people at least.
Oh, yeah. Unreal. I mean, they did predict more than that, but I don't know why they estimated that highly. All I want to say is that this is very, really beneficial for the future of Pittsburgh. Now they can maybe host a Super Bowl, or they can host a WrestleMania for all you wrestling fans. Maybe they can host. Maybe they can host a music. Maybe they can host. Maybe they can host a music festival, not just a Taylor Swift concert, but maybe even more musicians here.
That's a music festival in itself.
Oh, that is. But what about Taylor Swift? What about Taylor Swift and Billie Eilish at the same time?
Oh, that'd be good. That'd be good.
Pittsburgh's own Coachella. We should have that.
Okay, now we're dreaming, fella.
All right, well, that is the end of the first round in our draft coverage here on UView Television. Thank you so much for joining us.
To stay updated with more news, follow us on our socials at UVIEW Television.
This has been the first round of the 2026 NFL Draft in the Steel City. You're watching UView Television.